Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call this workshop to order. The time is 12 noon. I wish to welcome you to the Superintendent's Workshop being held in the Joe N. Idolette Jr. TEC. I ask that out of respect to everyone, please silence all electronic devices. Also, if you have any item that you'd like to give to the board members, please give that to our Executive Assistant, Mrs. Morey. We will take a break after every 2 hours. If needed before that, board members just let us know. All right, I'd like to turn this meeting over to the superintendent to explain the purpose of the workshop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The intent of the workshop is to present items that will eventually come before the board for approval, as well as additional discussion items. The first item on the agenda will be presented by Ms. Basura.
Okay, before you start, there was an item that I had requested to put on this agenda, and it didn't get put on. I requested it 2 months ago, and it didn't get it put on last month. I requested it again, and it didn't get it put on this month.
So would you like to add that agenda?
Hmm?
Would you like to add that item?
Yes, please.
And you want to say the name of that?
Yes, our agreement with the hospital.
All right. All set.
Thank you.
Good afternoon through the chair. As indicated in individual board briefings, I would like to present to you the extended day fee schedule for summer and 25-26 school year. We are asking for the board to approve a $5 increase over this current year's rates. When we looked at our neighboring counties who offer this service and what it would cost our families to have to find childcare for their children in the morning and the afternoons, we are below all of those options. So given that we provide this option for our families and they don't have to worry about transportation both in the mornings and in the afternoons, we feel like this is what we're asking for is necessary to be able to continue to fund this program.
Board members, anyone want to speak to that one? Ms. Rosario?
So thank you so much for this item. We've talked about this extensively, and just for a little bit of context, last year there was, this item was on the agenda. It was approved by board members, but not enough time went out to, I guess, to parents to let them know. So the summer came around and parents, a lot of parents were in an uproar. And a lot of the board members, you weren't a board member at the time, Mr. Dyer, but a lot of board members received that information. And the district quickly reviewed our policy with this, and then when it was approved and all of that stuff. The issue was that it was very, very expensive and parents just didn't have enough time. So at the time, the district put a pause on the increase last year, which was a very noble thing to do. They responded to the community, and the district decided we weren't going to increase anything as of last year. And did I get all that correct? Just
You
wanna make
did,
sure.
and
Okay.
to that point, we are well in advance of next school year in
Yes.
terms of the communication, and we also did take board members' feedback and advice after the briefings and shared a one-page informational sheet with our families who already use this service. So this has already been communicated with them so that we could solicit feedback.
So that's really my purpose of kind of, adding to the discussion here, is to say thank you for responding to the community last year. Thank you for planning in advance for this year. $5 is still a burden on some families, obviously, in our times, but it certainly isn't what it was last year. And I'm thankful for this moving forward. I hope that families will have enough time to plan and prepare for their children for this. So thank you again for this.
Okay, any other board members?
I'll just say,
Dr. Pasca?
yeah, I mean, I think I appreciate you guys and your diligence, but I support increasing the costs and the slight amount that we're doing.
Dr. Jones?
Ms. Baser, do you have any idea how many of our students are in before or after school? How many we have for our community? I know this wasn't on there.
Yes, I do, as a matter of fact. Now, these numbers were accurate about a month ago, and you know, with everything with extended day, we serve the families at their will each day and each week. So these are ballpark numbers. About a month ago, we were serving about 666 students in the morning and about 633 in the afternoon. So we're a district that offers before care and after care. Not all districts do offer that. So some of those numbers are the same students getting both afternoon and morning care.
Thank you. And, just to know the $5 giving our parents this much notice is good. And when I look at summer camps, because my children are looking for my grandchildren now, our summer camps, very reasonable. Orlando area, it's over 200, so thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Dyer?
Just two questions. This does cover the cost of the program?
This will cover the cost of the program.
Okay. And it's been quite a while since we've had an increase, is that right?
Well, to Ms. Rosario's point, last year there was an attempted increase, and because of the board's desire to support our families, it rolled back to the prior year. So we will be 2 years
Okay.
since we've had an increase.
I'd be in support of this as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Basura.
Yep.
Mr. Foley, talk about some baseball.
Sure, this is just an update on the trip that they will be leaving on Sunday to go to Nashville. All the paperwork is in, all the permission slips. There are 26 students attending, 7 chaperones, which is wonderful ratio. It normally is 1 to 10. We have about a 1 to 4 ratio of chaperones to students. Parents are taking the students there, and then while they're there, they have rented vans to get to all the events. They're leaving Sunday, and their first game is on Tuesday against Stewart Creek at 6 p.m. So all the paperwork is in, and they're ready to go. They will be visiting Vanderbilt University and some other historic sites on the trip.
Oh,
My alma mater.
yes, it is. Anybody? Dr. Jones?
I've talked to Coach Ray Hull about this. He looks forward to this, obviously filling out the appropriate information. And it's just something, I think that it's a very good education for our students. And I have double checked. If someone doesn't have the money, they fundraise or the boosters do it. And right now they are 10-0, so just to throw that
Yes,
out
and
there.
all of our coaches that are going on the trip are CPR, AED, first aid trained.
Excellent. I just want to say good luck to them. They had a fantastic year last year, and I look forward to what they're going to do this year.
Thank you.
Dr. Chappie will present some of our latest data.
Through the chair, the next item is a review of the purchase of 5 active floor units. The active floor is an interactive learning floor that will motivate students to actively participate through movement and collaboration, and really supports our vision of innovation for the school district. Some of the short video clips and the website for the active floors were shared with you during individual board briefings, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Board members?
Christina?
Yes.
These are going to be shared with the elementary schools, is that right?
We have a STEAM checkout system, which some other districts are connecting with us to learn how that works, but it will be placed into STEAM checkout like our Spheros and our 3D printers, and then they can be checked out to schools through that system, through our elementary schools.
And are any schools going to have a permanent one?
Possibly. We'll start with these 5 and see what the appetite is for it in the future and go from there.
So these active floors, the students can step on them, tap on them. I'm trying to elicit some excitement here with the community. So they can tap on them. They can dance on them. I think they can do like, some of them have like puzzles that you can put puzzles together while they're stepping on them. I've seen some, I don't know if ours does, that it has the United States, the map of the United States, and they can find the state wherever it is, like north, south, east, west, that sort of thing, directional. Is that all included in?
It is, and it's Florida state standards aligned, so while there is an athletic component of it and there is movement and it can be used in PE, it can also be used in academic spaces. There are some state capitals, there are science facts, there's just a variety of activities that the students can do to enhance their classroom learning.
So we should have some for adults, just saying. get us moving. I love it. I love the idea. Thank you.
So similar to what museums have been putting in kids' museums for years, where they step on the space? Okay.
It's fun.
Does it also have sound related with it?
It does
when you
have
step
sound,
on it?
and we're hopeful, at the will of the board, that if we can purchase these, we'll have these. We have a Sphero final the same day as the elementary track meet, and we are hoping that one of these will be in place by then, so that our families can see what we have available for our students.
Awesome. Thank you.
So stop by and play.
Terrific.
All right, moving on, Dr. Jacobs, District Strategic Planning Process Update.
All right, through the chair, I'll be providing your monthly update on the district strategic plan and the process that we're going through for our upcoming revision. There's been a great deal of work that has happened since last month's discussion with you all. Right here in March and April, we're continuing to have focus groups. Since this presentation was posted on Monday, we've had 2 additional focus groups. And I'll be sharing information on all the focus groups that happened previous to that. So prior to that, during your last superintendent's workshop, there was a request to provide a high-level review of board member feedback. And so within this presentation, we've summarized that feedback. First, innovation as a cornerstone in the plan, including innovation in curricular materials. So that was heard loud and clear, as aligned with a lot of the discussions that we've already had. Linking the 5 focus areas to innovation and leadership, having a stronger focus on career and technical education, encouraging student enrollment in vocational education and dual enrollment. Also, just that overall enhancement of school choice options, so kind of diversifying our portfolio of schools that we have available in the district for students and families, aligning the strategic plan with the budget, and then considering the impacts of the summer slide. Additionally, continuing to have that emphasis on results and measurable year-over-year objectives. So not only do we have 5-year targets, but we have those annual targets in the plan currently. School safety as a priority, increased attention on professional learning. Also, there was feedback regarding professional learning related to accelerated academics, such as gifted and AP classes, and then the improved format of the superintendent's evaluation. So making that more user-friendly for end users. And then our stakeholder feedback. I would be remiss for not recognizing Mr. Green, Dr. Vegan, and Dr. Shafty. They have done an incredible job of facilitating a broad range of stakeholder feedback groups. We've been able to gather a great deal of information from those groups and from a variety of perspectives. There's been 16 focus group sessions to date. 3 future sessions, as I said, 2 happened last week. 3 district leader sessions, 4 district innovation grant meetings. We've had 232 participants to date in those groups, and the unique data points that we've been able to collect through that is almost at 5,000 data points. So a great deal of data to comb through, and so a lot of that work has been done to really identify the themes and the gist of the feedback that's being provided by our stakeholder participants. So here's a picture's worth 1,000 words. Here are some pictures of the various focus groups that we have had. We had some really packed ones, as you can see there on the right-hand side. And we've had some other ones that have been more intimate and small and really have been able to dive in deep with those who were there. As far as data trends that we've seen in the data, some of the common themes are continuing to have that strong emphasis on academic performance metrics and instructional strategies. Obviously, that aligns very well with creating sustainability in our instructional support systems, teacher retention and professional learning, and that aligns with board member feedback that had been previously provided. continuing to work on family engagement and any communication gaps. So really in the communication gaps area, that vertical and horizontal communication that occurs across a large organization, there's always work to do in those areas, and how do we get the information that we have when there's changes, processes, procedures, as quickly as we can down to those who need them, and also across the organization to the individuals that need that information. Continued emphasis on safety in school environments, data-informed decision-making, also some feedback regarding just increased strategic planning awareness. And so we've really been diligent with the town hall to communicate in a variety of ways how people can participate in that town hall this upcoming week. Career pathway and program expansion, so that again aligns with career and technical programming and an emphasis on that. Technology and innovation integration, and then financial efficiency and resource allocation and operational and infrastructure accountability. So really making sure that we are responsible financial stewards of both our budget as well as our resources, including staff resources. Our strategic district plan town hall meeting, that is going to be on March 13th right here in the J. Thompson Administrative Center, starting at 5:30 p.m. We have a variety of objectives that we'd like to meet through that town hall meeting, really communicating the progress on the process of developing the strategic plan, gathering additional stakeholder feedback. So we've had a variety of ways that stakeholders can do this. Not only can they engage in the focus groups, but there's also a survey that they can complete. Also to foster transparency in how we are developing the strategic plan and what our priorities that are rising to the top for the upcoming 5 years, and really reinforcing that unified mission that was carefully crafted by board members during the first round of development of the strategic plan. And you can see our communication plan there. We've sent out information through email, newsletters, website and social media updates, flyers in school and community organizations, and also engaging participants through parent and teacher organizations. So with that, very brief update, but that is the feedback that we've received so far, and very much it aligns with a lot of what board members have already shared with us.
Okay, I'm sure board members want to chime in. Mr. Dyer, start down there.
I think it's really terrific the way you're engaging the community, and I'm pretty pleased with the outcome so far and having so many people participate. Obviously, we'd like to see as many people as we can get, and would rather see it closer to 1,000 than 300, but I think we have to go through the effort. For me, you recapped very well what the board direction that the board gave last time, and I do believe that the innovation and aligning the plan with the budget, making sure that those things that we believe in are adequately financed, and those things that we are lower on the priorities, make sure that they receive the appropriate funding, but certainly over-invest in those things that are going to make a difference with the plan. So I think it's a great start, and thank you.
Okay, Dr. Jones?
Thank you very much. I understand how much work this is, and I appreciate everyone doing the work. I'm going to be talking about this a little bit later, but I think it's very, very important, especially in this time, that communities and schools work together. So more of the feedback we get, it will help our schools and our community. As you walk into our boardroom, I think it says good schools, good communities. They all work together, so I very much appreciate that. And like Mr. Dyer said, I hope people really get involved. Right now, Executive Roundtables looking at strategic plan, Economic Development Council, and always in there, they're going to be talking about the schools because I'm part of that. So it's a community-wide focus on how important our schools and communities are together. Dr. Jacobs, I know when you look at data points, about 4,750, and you put up the ones that had the most focus, but when you look at this, can you tell me like the top 2 things that people are consistently talking about, and out of the 5,000?
I sure enough can.
Sorry, just the theme, if you will.
Sure. So from the various focus groups, we did get a lot of feedback about professional learning.
Okay.
Continuing to be able to provide and offer the professional learning that's needed in order to continue to do their job at the highest levels. Leadership development and developing a robust leadership pipeline was something that we heard from all of the different stakeholder groups. It's very much a need that at the district level we are aware of, that if we are going to continue to sustain the trajectory of progress that we have realized, we will need to have a robust bench of leaders to continue on in the future. And technology and innovation integration. So that's another big area that came up, that to continue to maintain pace with the changing technology and how not only the types of technology, but how we're using that technology to not only make our jobs easier, but also to help students learn better.
Thank you. Sustainability is a key here, because if we're not here, cabinet isn't here in 10 years, how's it looking? Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Dr. Koska?
I appreciate the update. Thank you guys for your hard work.
Okay.
Thank you for the update on this. I think in the last few presentations, there was typically a question that you're asking board members feedback on. I don't see a question here. Is there anything specific that you would like our feedback on for this session?
I think today, primarily, we wanted to give you provide you with the information from the stakeholder focus groups, because that's been the main thrust of our work over the last month, and really be able to digest that in alignment with the board member feedback and previous discussions that you had, and whether that shapes any of your priorities or changes any of your priorities based upon the feedback we gathered.
Yeah, thank you. So I find it interesting that on top, well, of course, you know, you have almost 5,000 data points, but one of the questions that I wanted to know is what were on the data points. So I'm glad that one of the board members asked the top themes. But if the top themes are professional learning, leadership development pipeline, technology integration, what would be some of those that showed up on the bottom of the list, essentially?
Well, they probably didn't make it here because they didn't come to themes.
Well, of those that showed up on that list,
Sure.
that would be the bottom of the barrel there, on the list that you have then.
So academic success and instructional strategies was not mentioned as much, I think more so because there's such an emphasis on it that that's just a given. That's the work we do on a daily basis. So I think there tend to be more focus on other things, challenges on operational and infrastructure efficiency. So we'd have to dive into what exactly that meant. And then really just communication was brought up again. So that was by a couple, and that tends to be depending on where your place of work is, are we getting the communication effectively out to all of the different satellites, all of the different schools, that sort of thing.
So it's interesting because that was one of my little notes here was on what happened to the students. Like, I'm not hearing a lot about student-directed learning or, you know, curriculum or discipline. And you're probably part right that maybe we're doing a good job in these areas. But for me, as a board member, I don't think we can ever get enough of the focus on academics, classroom instruction, you know, direct student growth, extending students the opportunity to have hands-on experiences in whatever it might be. If it's in the mats or on field trips, you know, having hands-on, I've talked about this multiple times, you know, in middle school, having a home economics kind of, you know, course where they get a little bit of everything, especially in the middle school. So as a board member, and I tend to want to believe that other board members feel the same way, that we should not, and I know that we're not going to on paper, but we should not dismiss or disregard the focus on classroom instruction, growing students academically, having the highest quality curriculum, making sure that behavior and discipline, even though we've made huge strides, that was a big issue some years ago. If that's not such a big issue now, that's fantastic, then that means that we have done a great job in that. But I know that there's still areas of improvement that we still need to, get over the hump on those. So if we can incorporate these in the strategic plan somehow or another, keep them in there. If we need to readjust whatever those targets might be, let's go ahead and do that. I see Dr. Moore is pulling the microphone towards him. Dr. Moore?
Yeah, I just think, as we refer to our instructional systems, how we think faster than other districts, every teacher is fully aware of that because they live in that realm every day. What I think you're referring to, we're bucketing, and correct me if I'm mostly accurate, is around the innovation. So as you were talking about some of the instructional strategies, you're really talking about enhancing the experience for students, which we're capturing that information. Is that?
So the top 3 that I gave you were mentioned by all 4 major subgroups. Academic success and instructional strategies, student success, was 3 out of 4, and then student behavior and classroom management, 3 out of 4. So they're right below there, so they're in.
Yeah,
if I gave
they're
you a
there.
top 5, they would have been in there.
there.
It's just that when you have the support staff in there, there's a tendency for them to, I think, really look at it from their lens. And so when you look at teachers and district staff and the support staff that tend to provide instruction, students is high up on the list.
Okay. Yeah, I can't imagine community members would say that professional learning is high on their list. Professional learning seems to be something that would come from within. I mean, in my opinion, right? Teachers, staff members, they're the ones that would really be focused on that, or leadership development. I will say leadership development is definitely something that came up some years ago. And I thought that we were creating a pipeline. I think we kind of were. I know along the years there have been some that have gone through these courses. I'm not sure exactly how that is. I'll let Dr. Moore or Ms. Christofoli kind of talk about that. But some who have done all the things that need to be done, and then when it comes time to applying for an AP position or some other leadership position, they've just sort of been ignored. So it's not about bringing up one particular person, it's just how well are we, so we're giving an opportunity, to create a pipeline, and how well are we actually doing in that space, and then how well are we actually promoting those people from within. Yes, ma'am.
So let me
yes,
set
sir.
it up for Beth, because she and kind of leads those programs, so you can talk through that area. In terms of succession management and really building capacity, I think almost every single one of our principals is ready to step into the next role. So kind of job number 1 over the last 5 years is to grow them as instructional leaders, as operational leaders, creating the systems to support. So we will have a number of openings this year at the district, depending on how we reorganize, and I am extremely comfortable on being able to fill those positions. We've been very intentional over the last year and a half in looking at who are our next principals and who are our next assistant principals, and I'll let Ms. Christofoli talk through the work that we're doing to make sure that we have that fill ready to go.
Yes, so we have 2 academies. We call them Level 1, Level 2. Level 1 is aspiring assistant principals, and this year was really important that anyone that wanted to be part of it could join, and the goal was to be able to give them almost a prescription of what do we think you need after we've spent a little bit of time with them. So we started out with 20, and we told them, second session, this is what we're looking for, this is what you need to be ready. There might be spots available at the end of the year, but we're going to be, having conversations with you. They have homework assignments, discussions. We had principals come in and do a little mini interviewing to further assess so we could get lots of data on each individual. And then we provided them with feedback. There are about 13 of the 20 that we feel can move forward to the next round, kind of. The others, we actually gave them a prescription of, you need to work on this a little bit more. You might want to see further leadership opportunities at your school doing this. If they've never been a coach, you might want to look into that. So that would be the level 1. The level 2 is our current assistant principals that are seeking principal certification. So a little bit different training, they're all based on leadership standards that just changed last year. And those 13, we have 13 APs that are currently in it. They are doing more task-oriented assignments that have to do with leading a school, leading people. And then I think their last session is towards the end of April, where they will be coming in and we'll have some principals and district administrators. Actually, they'll be going around to almost centers doing tasks and having us watch at how they respond. So we can get that extra data along with that impact walks and us going out to the schools, that data that we collect from CNI and us going out to see them in action. So we really just want them to feel that if we're, giving them an opportunity to interview, that we feel that they are ready to go and we're being able to provide them with really good professional learning along the way. And that prescription of feedback, which was really the most important thing for me, was I wanted to be able to give every single teacher that was looking to be in a leadership role, whether they had their master's degree or not. I didn't care. We took them all and said, okay, those of you that don't, get started on that, and the others, this is what we think you need to work more on.
Okay. So the next question, the next little note that I have here is a timeline for the finance department. So we haven't heard much about budget. I think in January, we kind of talked about including the budget process within the strategic plan process. We didn't have it last month, and it doesn't seem like it's included here. And so that's pretty disappointing. But I will say that with the strategic plan is supposed to drive the budget. The budget is not supposed to drive the strategic plan. That's how it always is supposed to work. The strategic plan is the goal and the objectives of the district, which then drive how the budget will support the strategic plan. In this particular case, this year, I think our timeline needs to be tightened. What I've heard is that we will have, in the previous, not today, we will have the strategic plan for kind of sort of tidied up after this year's testing scores come in and after we know where we are in terms of, the academics. But I'm afraid that the budget department, the finance department, will not have enough time, right? Because they need our strategic plan in order to create the budget. If we wait until May or June, the finance department really isn't going to have enough time to craft the budget according to the strategic plan. So I've been giving this a lot of thought. I know in our one-on-one, I have shared this. I've had some, heads, shaking like, yeah, that could possibly be true. Of course, Mr. Green, you can speak up for yourself. I don't want, for your department, I just don't want, to strong arm any department, especially our finance department in this particular area. And so what we have done in the past is crafted our strategic plan much earlier. So I'm hoping that we would be able to do that so that you all can, get the ball rolling. And maybe that's why budget hasn't actually been a part of these sessions. I don't know what's going on with that. I just know that you all need our strategic plan before putting the budget. And of course, we're going to have the budget in July, right? The tentative.
With the chair?
I have a,
Oh,
yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I just have a suggestion.
Okay.
So my suggestion, it might help with the comments. So my suggestion is that we not wait until our scores come in, until all of that comes in. That we kind of know, we're going to know from community feedback. We already know the themes, the data points. We already kind of know what's working, what's not working. Would it be feasible for us, and of course this would be for Dr. Moore, for us to draft a tentative strategic plan approve the tentative strategic plan in terms of themes, right? Themes, topics, that sort of thing. Hold off on the targets unless we already know what those targets are going to be, just so that the budget, the finance department can move forward with whatever they're going to do, and we don't have this like reverse effect in July. Or, cause you guys, any issues along the way. I just want to make it so that we're all working in tandem rather than, you all saying, well, we can't really do anything because the strategic plan hasn't been created yet. All right, yes.
Chair?
Yes,
You
Mr. Dyer.
Speak first. I just had just a comment. In principle, I really agree with what Ms. Rosario is saying. However, the problem of it is we can't control our revenue the
Right.
way you could in an outside corporation. It's much harder. And so the strategic plan really, to me, is a prioritization of what we want to accomplish, not so much, how much we're going to spend in each area at this time. I mean, it's just your top priorities, and make sure that the things that we really have to do get done within, unfortunately, the budget we're given. We can't control the revenue. And with the scholarships, we see that the revenue is constantly being decreased. I think that we know we're already in the hole a little bit for this year. So there's a lot of issues, but I think in principle I really do agree with what you're saying, but it's going to be the nice from the necessary. The most important to the least important is how we're going to have to prioritize the budget, in my opinion.
Well, I agree with you. You're right. I think we're on the same page here.
Yeah.
And what has happened in prior years, because this happens every year. Every year we're, playing catch up with, then receiving the Department of Education's final, or wherever it comes, the state's final budget for us. We're always kind of playing catch up with that. But and of course, Mr. Green will be able to say it much more eloquently than I. What they do is they create, and I think one of the items coming up will talk specifically to this, they create, based on the past, like a projection for the future, like what it might potentially be. Either way, we still need a strategic plan in order to craft the budget. And I don't necessarily mean line by line when I say that. I think holistically, it's how the budget is presented that would hold him up if we don't have our strategic plan.
Can I speak? Okay, thank you. I've been waiting patiently, sorry. A couple things. Can I ask a question? When did you receive, I know we have to wait till the governor signs off on the budget every year. So when did you receive your final from the budget last year?
No, that was second calc.
Second calc.
Third calc we got last year on January 24th. This year we got the third calc on March 3rd, which is half our budget.
Half your budget. See, so this is kind of a fluid thing. We constantly have to adjust and change and depending on when things get signed by our legislature and when things get changed because of student enrollment, things like that. I agree with our priorities being set. We should just set the priorities in the order we want them, and then the budget falls behind that. I agree with that. For page 8 that you had on your projection, the common themes and trending data, can we go back to that, page 8? Thank you. Is that in the order of preference, or is that just thrown up there in different order?
My understanding, that's not in order of preference.
Okay, because I heard you say what the first two were, and academic performance is first on there, which I think, as a board member, I think we always think of safety and then academics. Those are my two. First safety, second academics. I didn't hear safety much. So I'm wondering if people are okay with what we're doing, or if there are suggestions for improvement there. That's something I'd like to hear more on.
Safety and security was, again, if I did a top 5, that was mentioned quite frequently as well. So just one of the support staff groups, it didn't emerge as a theme, but the other groups, it did emerge as a theme. And keep in mind, our parents and our community members, we reported out their feedback during last month's update.
Okay, and so I think when we get the feedback and it's finalized to the board, it would be nice to, I'm hearing from a lot of people that we'd like to know the priorities. And then we can kind of set our priorities, and then we can get that budget aligned with those priorities. That's what I'd like to see anyway. Okay, Dr. Moore?
I was basically going to say the exact same thing that you just referenced. We got January 24th, the information to begin finalizing our budget for this previous year. March 3rd, we close the year at the July 1st. So literally, we've been working off a tentative budget as the other 66 districts have been doing. Mr. Green is going to talk a little bit more about that specific information. In terms of identifying the strategic plans, I think there's consensus listening to the board to accelerate. These are the priorities or the areas of focus. I think we are at a space to move that work along. We will close kind of that session with the town hall later this week. That would be right here in this building. And then we can do that kind of as you just kind of described, then create the action steps kind of moving forward. But the alignment of this office or these individuals sitting here is extremely tight. So we're not waiting for A and then to get to B. It is a conversation that we're constantly having, saying we know these are specific trends. We know what we want to fund, and the ability to innovate or reform the system is in fact a priority. So we're always having the conversations daily regarding how we do this specific work. So I hear consensus among the board regarding kind of accelerating the higher level areas within the plan, bringing that back. I think a lot of the issues regarding the budget now is going to follow in Mr. Green's presentation. So you have anything that you want to add to that, or you want to jump into your presentation if the board is ready?
If we're ready, we could do the presentation and then maybe tie that up at the end together. I think would be a good way to do it.
I think we're ready for budget review.
I did have another question about this, but that's fine.
Okay.
I can always come back to it later on.
All right, so we are going to pull up a presentation. And so the last briefing I had with the board was on a Monday, the Friday before this went out, on the Friday before. And then Monday we had briefings, and as of that day, we still did not have our budget based on student count. It was still based on projections, or the second calculation happening over the summer. On March 3rd, last week, we got the third calculation, and we are digesting that. So just to give you an idea, this is the third calculation. And these are all the text files that create the FTE that we're going to be talking about from October that we are going through and digesting. So last year we started this process in June, on June 10th. So the goal is to expedite that a little bit and just start off with an overview of where we at with this year's budget. We do have some new board members, so we want to make sure we just kind of align on some of the language and the development timelines and processes. So with that, we'll jump right in. We're going to go over some of the acronyms. We're going to go over the timeline. You'll hear a lot about the FEFP. That's the Florida Educational Finance Program. That is a portion of the budget. It's the portion that's created through state and local funds, and we're going to go through that formula in detail. We're going to look at the budget by fund. We have 7 major funds that we look at. And FTE, when we talk about FTE, we're talking about the amount of students we get paid for, maybe not the amount of students that are enrolled. We'll talk about that a little bit more as we go forward. Just some draft initial anticipated budget impactors for 25-26. We're still early in the season for this, and the next steps and timelines. And remember, your budget, your final budget is in September. So we are working toward September as we go through this process. FEFP, FTE, FDOE just went over. FES, Family Empowerment Scholarships, we'll talk about. unweighted full-time equivalent, again, so those are the number of students we get paid for based on the minutes they're enrolled in courses, and they're not weighted. There are cost factors for, say, a student who has English is not their first language. They might get a higher cost factor. So this is just purely unweighted that we're going to be talking about today. Every time we say a calculation, we'll say a survey is when they count kids, and then a calc or a calculation is when they tell us what they're going to pay us. So October was survey 2, they counted kids. Now we get the third calculation of the budget. That's what they're going to pay us for after counting those kids. And then IDEA, or Individuals with Disabilities Act. And we're going to not mute it. So just an overview of the timeline, kind of starting off in the January, May, and every year we start a little bit different, but legislation is happening now, bills. I know, Madam Chairman, you'll be going over some more legislative updates again later, and those things, for example, House Bill 301, sovereign immunities coming down the road. So caps on tort that could affect us are things that'll be added as we go through April and May and June, and we continue workshops around the budget. From February through May, I am meeting, my Director of Finance and myself are meeting individually with every single person at this table and every director within the school district, and going through a zero-based budgeting process with their budgets. And we are starting to work on allocation meetings for departments and schools. Survey 3, which is the February count of students, that will give us our fourth calc, which then will give you your pretty much the full budget minus summer. Should come out in April and May if it's not delayed as survey third calc was. We'll be moving into February and April, where we'll go through the staff allocation model and we'll distribute staffed and discretionary budgets to schools based on the number of students that they generate in their schedules through our staff allocation model. We'll come into the summer and we'll get the conference report. Once both sides have agreed and all the bills are settled, we'll get an appropriation, and that'll be the first calculation of the budget. That'll be based on anticipated tax roll and projections of students. We're going to talk about projections today. So that is really based on 2 unknown numbers or projected numbers. We will be having school board workshops all the way through from March to June on the overview of the budget, this type of process that we're doing today, aligning to the strategic plan. And then July 1st begins the new fiscal year, and by July 19th, we should get the certified tax roll. That firms up one portion of the budget, and now we know what the tax base is that we're going to levy the millage on, so that firms up the required local effort and the local dollars. We still don't know the number of students at that point. That's still an unknown. We'll go into adoptions, so we'll have a lot more budget meetings, and we'll be drafting the tentative budget July through September as we go along, and then by September, adopting and approving the final budget. However, it's never final. We amend the budget every month. And also there is a 5th and final calculation, and today you're going to see that in an example that I'll go through, how we get prior year adjustments to the budget. So next October they'll be adjusting this year's budget for the last time, and we'll know what this year's budget is next October. And then comes the survey 2 and October count with the February that we're in now, and the cycle starts over again. So something that we didn't do last year is just a summary, and those of you that know me, I'm not too big on putting a lot of things on the screen at a time, but I think you have to tell the story in this format, because this is the FEFP formula. So it's taking our students, charter, family empowerment, traditional, virtual, all students, and it's looking at the minutes they're enrolled in courses to get an FTE. So enrollment might be 19,000 something actual attendance, but you're funded on less than that. Those program cost factors, as we talked about, students with disabilities, English speakers of other languages, those will weight those, and our weighted FTE is 19,864.52, and that was at the beginning of this year based on appropriations. The base student allocation this year, 5330.98. The governor's budget that has been proposed, it proposes a $95 increase in that for next year. Comparable wage factor is a 1 for us, doesn't affect us. Small district factor doesn't affect us. Gives you your base student funding of $105 million. Then you start adding categoricals into that. Safe schools, 1.7. Your ESE guaranteed allocation, 7 million. Your educational enrichment allocation used to be SAI funds, for those who remember. We don't have a DJJ supplement allocation. And your student transportation categorical. Nothing on the federally connected student supplement for us. Mental health, we don't have a .748 mil discretionary compression, but if when we levied our .748 mil, we were below the state average, they would add a compression to at least get us to the state average. And then the state funded discretionary contribution is 0. So that gives you your gross local FEFP of $123 million. And they're going to tell us our required local effort, the 3.001 mil that we had to levy. So that generates $94 million. That's local through property taxes to get the net state FEFP from the state of 28 million. Now, the one thing you are not seeing in that formula, just to remember, of that 28 million, 14.8 million of that was family empowerment built into that. So the state funding is really 28.8 minus 14.8 million for our portion of the state funding. Add back in your class size reduction and your state funded discretionary supplement. So total state funding of 48,960. Again, that includes $14.8 million of family empowerment. And the orange boxes represent things that are funded locally. So your required local effort and your .748 mil discretionary local of 23 for a total FEFP local funding of $166 million. What you didn't have in the slides, which is new for today, hot off the presses, based off last week, is we have updated those based on the third calculation that were released. So I'm not going to go through each one of these numbers because I'm going to put them side by side for you in just a second, but we've updated these numbers. You'll notice the base student allocation doesn't change. Many of these changed very slightly, but you'll see at the end of the day, the final number is 165,797 versus the 166 on the other slide. So that doesn't mean a lot unless you can compare them. I hate putting things like this on a slide, but I think it's really the only way to do it, and I'm going to talk you through it. So this is a comparison of the second calculation. So your first column is your FEFP category, such as your unweighted FTE, your base student allocation. The second column is the second calculation. That is what we were appropriated back in July. And then your third calculation is March 3rd that just came out, and then the net difference is on the right. So the unweighted FTE was down 88.92. It's important to understand this is all FTE, charter, traditional, virtual, and family empowerment. This is not just our FTE at this point. So overall, all FTE down 88.9. But our weighted FTE up by 69.9. So some of the ESE factors, some of the weighting factors are up. Base student allocation staying the same at 5330.98. The comparable wage factor stays a 1. So our base funding is up from 105 million to 106 million, or $372,000. Safe schools down by $5,831. And again, there's a formula. You get a minimum of $250,000 for safe schools, and then there's a formula based on your FTE. So that drop in FTE is going to drop the safe schools allocation. Your ESE guaranteed is up. The weighted is up, so that means ESE weighting is up by $143,000. The educational enrichment, which is FTE driven, down by 21. Transportation up by 64, I would assume because of ESE and weighting. Mental health allocation down by 5,000 for a total FEFP net change of 547,000. Our required local effort, which is your millage based on the $32 billion of taxable assessed value here, doesn't change. That's your 94 million. So the net state FEFP before adjustment, 547,000. We go into that, and here's where you'll see the prior year adjustment of $60,913. So that's a prior year adjustment from last year's budget based on summer stuff that happened, and you're kind of adjusting this year's budget to make up for last year. Proration to appropriation, when they appropriate the funds, you're not going to get any more funds, as Mr. Dyer alluded to. So when districts go up or down, they have to prorate that across, and you might not get all the loss or you might not get all the gain. So things are prorated at this point based compared to appropriation. So that's a negative 1.1 million for a net state FEFP now of a negative $640,000. You get a prior year adjustment for scholarships. In this case, it's a positive 144,000. And then you get the adjustment for family empowerment. So pay attention to this line. What was appropriated, what was projected, and what we budgeted for was the 14.8 million. Based on the survey to October counts, which is now creating the third calculation of the budget, from what they projected to what actually showed up in October in family empowerment is now $16.8 million. So an impact to the budget of negative $2 million. The state-funded discretionary supplement down by $68,000. So your adjusted net state FEFP is negative 2.6 million. The class size reduction is down 168,000. So your total state funding is a negative $2,781,864, and that just flows through the bottom to come out to how much per unweighted FTE, dollars per student. This is just a historical trend. The blue is state, the orange is local, showing how the student funding is funded, and you can see that we're a majority local funded through our local tax levies and millage rates. And those then go to create our major funds. So our major funds are the general fund, and those dollars we just talked about are directly as a result of creating our general fund. That's through the FEFP, and that's what we use to pay for salaries, benefits, purchase services, energy, instructional material, furniture, all those kinds of things, supporting the strategic plan. All of those are through the general fund. We do have a special revenue fund federal, that's food service, all of your entitlements, Title I, II, III, IV, and your IDEA students with disabilities. Those are special revenue, restricted, and all through grant applications. You have a debt service fund that's specifically set up to pay off the debt through your capital funds, and that's the redemption of your principal and interest and dues and fees on your Q-SCIBs, your COPs, your certificates of occupation, and your qualified schools construction bonds, which are loans to build buildings and wings on buildings that we've done over time. Your capital projects fund, which is funded through your local 1.5 mil, is used to do facilities and construction, technology, debt service, and buses and other restricted impact fees. We are self-funded. You have an insurance fund, and that insurance fund is a combination of premiums paid by the employees as well as a contribution by the board as a benefit, and that creates and pays for our district health center, and it pays for all of our claims when people go to the hospital and have a scan and need to pay 20 or 80%. All of that is paid through those premiums. And then finally, we have an enterprise fund, and in our case, it's an extended day program, as Ms. Baysora spoke about earlier. We have participation fees and sometimes community partners that help with that, and that pays our salary benefits. And so that is a self-funded. We have to keep the revenue in line with the expenditures. And so for the 24-25 budget, when we started out, and this is when we started out, this is how those funds laid out. 57% in the general fund, 19% to capital, 9% in your health fund, 8% in debt, 4% in federal programs. Food service is federal, so federal meaning IDEA, title, food service 2%, and extended day 1%, for a total of $408.4 million. So now we kind of look at that FTE, and I have to caveat this with all of the numbers up to 23-24. So 17-18 to 23-24 are all from the fourth calculation, so the final calculation of the budget. And those are published on the web, and we can see those. However, the last three dots there, the first one, 14,254, that's our traditional not counting charter and not counting family empowerment, our traditional FTE, that was our projection last January that we submitted to the state and they used to generate our initial budget. And they give us models. They give us 8 different models. This year they gave us 3 models, even though one of them was called number 8. We only got 3 models to pick from. And those models look at grade progression, historical trends, and other data, and family empowerment data we don't have access to. And then survey 2, October, so that number is the one I really want to caveat. That number comes from these reports of how much FTE each one of our students earned in every one of our schools, in every one of our grade levels, in every one of our career and technical program, added up. So that's done through our finance department, 13,912, which means October's FTE was less than the projection. We will be digesting the third calculation, doing the same thing, because they give us family empowerment, but they don't break charter and traditional out on the third calc. We have to do that manually. But the last is our 26 projection. So at the same time as last week, we got our third calculation of the budget for this year, we also had to submit the models for the projections to create next year's budget. So we've just submitted those models, and our model will have traditional non-charter and non-family empowerment at 13,382 FTE. If you look at charter and family empowerment over that same amount of time, again, up through 23, 24 are all numbers from the fourth calculation. The last 3 with the asterisk starts off with the 25 projection for both of those programs into the October survey 2 data calculated through the finance department from these reports, and then into the 26 projections, which we just had to certify and submit to DOE for the creation of next year's budget. So I think we're almost to the questions. We're almost done. So just some anticipated, I don't have numbers on all of these yet. Family empowerment, anticipated budget impactors, we will definitely have to budget for. As you saw, we budgeted 14.8 for family empowerment and it came in at 16.8. We still do not have February's count yet. That will change again later in the year when we see could go up or down. So we'll have to budget for increase in family empowerment, salary increases, teacher retention and performance pay, the typical things we budget for, but we'll also have to budget for declining enrollment. So when October data doesn't come in as we projected over the summer, we'll need to make sure that we have budgeted appropriately for that. And then health insurance, if anybody hasn't seen the health insurance market out there, GLP-1 drugs in the prescriptions, medical claims, things are up 15 to 18%, nationwide on health insurance. So those are all things that the Health Insurance Fund monitors, and I'm sure there will be some increases in that area. And then there could be other things like House Bill 301 with sovereign immunity, which might, affect our property casualty liabilities as we go forward. And then just kind of finally talking about development of the budget, and I do want to talk about that in the lens of the strategic plan alignment and just in general the creation of the budget. As you looked at that whole, there's many, many things in that budget that are just outside the strategic plan. And that's so you've got your health insurance fund, you've got your capital fund, which the capital may, if we're doing something with buildings, that would be our capital 5-year plan. You've got your enterprise fund for extended day and all your title and federal. So you're really down to the general fund, which, as you saw at the end of the day, after you take out salaries, benefits, and those, is a much smaller number. And that's the part of the budget that we have the most time to fine-tune. So we'll have to approve the overall budget, but within that general fund and within the discretionary portions and the instructional materials, how we specifically budget that into line items that say, this is 9,100 Miss Besour's, this is going to be 9,120 Dr. Shafty's, it's going to go to, that we have the most time to work on. What we will need to develop after all that comes together is what you saw in the previous budget books, were alignments of expenditures which we won't have any expenditures going into this new plan and new strategic plan. The alignment of expenditures to strategic plan initiatives and goals. So that is what we will be working on to develop how we will represent that and portray that in a different way than we did in years past. So we're here starting in March with board briefings and workshops, input and feedback. Again, this was a summary overview. We're literally just getting our first stab at a budget that's based on kids. We'll be moving through July, where we have to advertise our trim, our truth and millage, where we'll have to say how much millage we'll have to levy and publish it in the paper, all the way through our capital outlay, setting up special meetings to adopt the tentative budget, and then finally in September, a special meeting to adopt the final budget at the state level, which still does not lock us in to amending the budget along the way within the budget strips based on the priorities that happen throughout the year. We just cannot change the appropriations and the revenue that we get. And I apologize for some of the detailed slides, but I think it was kind of important to get that hot off the presses and get it out in front of us as soon as we could so we could start having those conversations much earlier this year.
Okay, Dr. Posca, you want to go first?
Yeah, so thank you for that update. That was very helpful. I like the process this year. So far is very helpful. Just a couple general points of feedback that, I mean, I've made this many times, but just a prioritization of safety. And, you know, we've had some discussions about trying to move up the timeline with some of our capital projects. This may be an appropriate place to bring it up. Just trying to get safety-related projects done sooner.
And you're actually going to see a couple of those on the workshop today. Excellent. On some of my items that'll be coming before you this evening.
Fantastic. Well, I appreciate that because I mean I've been asking about it for a couple of years, so I'm excited to see those projects moving up. And then just going through the data with the FTE of the students that you displayed for us. I mean, we see a continual decline, and it's obviously important for the district and as a corporation and just a community. So, you know, just trying to find a way to research, I guess, better. And I'm sure you guys probably have a good handle on some of the variables, but encouraging you to do some active research into these families and trying to reach out to them that either never enrolled or did leave for whatever reason, just trying to understand that problem better so that we can get ahead of it. Because even if we continue to make an amazing school district that's very successful and safe and all these things that we want it to be, if we continue to see this decline, you know, eventually it's going to catch up with us, especially if they start weighting things differently in the future. It really could start crashing down on us because our FTEs are going down. Our weighted is essentially staying somewhat stable. But if they start changing the value of some of these weights, it could really have a detrimental effect overnight.
Okay, Ms. Rosario?
I would like to ditto Dr. Posca's comment on the projects that we have within the 5-year capital plan. I think some of the comments that he's made previously on this item are spot on. If it's a 5-year plan, why are we waiting 5 years to get it done? We have appropriated, or, you know, we have monies within this category. So I think that we should definitely not wait, especially on safety and security. So I would definitely ditto his comments on that. I will say that my hat goes off to you and to you and your department, because this, I honestly, if you were to give me a test right now on all the information that you just provided, I'd probably not do well on it. That's a lot, and I appreciate that. This is the kind of workshop, you know, that in my head, we can move forward. If we had so many of these, it would become easier for board members to kind of process and understand what all of this is. The calculation on the FTE alone is enough to, have like a blowout. But that said, I want to come back to the two major fund areas. So there was a screen up there that had the two major funds. Now, I know that we have multiple funds. What we see on can we go back to, there's a previous, yeah, right. The one on just general fund, yeah, there it is. So what we see in the budget book, and I'm thinking about the pies, right? So what we typically see in the budget book, even in the summary, is the pie chart that shows our general fund, and of course it's not pulling up now in our budget, is the pie chart where we have how much is expended or how much is allocated for instructional, and of course it's not showing up now on my final budget book. It's probably it is in there? You know what I'm talking about. Okay, good. So there's the pie chart, of course, and there are certain areas that are allocated, when we can see the monies that are allocated for instructional, the monies that are allocated for capital, the monies that are similar to the pie chart that we had up on the screen just a second ago. And then when you move forward into looking into specific school allocation, what we see is all of the monies that are appropriated or allocated for that entire school. And the discussion that came up last year was, how is this school, how is all of that, the monies allocated for that particular school, why is that calculated within instruction when now we have things like propane, things like facilities, things like electricity? And part of our discussion on that was, well, all of those things are needed for children to learn and grow and all the things. Yeah, sure.
So let me jump in because you make a good point, and that's why I was kind of distinguishing earlier.
Right. I think we're...
In the Florida Red Book, there, under the governmental accounting, we are given account strips of how to code everything. And those account strips have, for example, a 4-digit facility number. So to your point, there are charts in the book that break down the costs associated with a facility. 0031 is Vero Beach High School. So anything expended at Vero Beach High School, regardless of its instructional material, that falls under the facility. There's object codes, function codes, fund codes, program codes, project codes. So all of those are different ways to look at how those expenditures are allocated, budgeted, and expended. And in your example, it was the strategic plan specifically was aligning the expenditures to a facility number. So Vero Beach High School, so that's what we're looking at doing differently this year.
Okay.
Is aligning the expenditures of the strategic plan to a different level of the code. But there will always be charts in the book that show all the budget for a school because that's a facility budget that we represent.
So I think... Oh, go
Yeah.
ahead, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to
Hope
do
that-
that.
no, that-
Go ahead. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
So it's a good point. Two separate things. One is showing the budget of each of our facilities departments, and the other is how we're going to align the expenditures tied to the strategic plan to one of those budget codes.
Okay, so that's, I think, where I was headed. And obviously, I've had these conversations publicly and in our one-on-ones. Because when it was my eye opener last year when I realized that propane has nothing to do with what happens in the classroom in terms of learning, right? And so I'm just hoping that we can get there and how that's presented, because in my head, the title programs, because you mentioned something about title programs. Title programs, I think, should be a chart on this one particular page, because title programs have direct impact in classrooms and on students. Title I, Title, I think, 3. Those programs that I think all of the monies that have instructional impact should be reflected in a pie chart where we can see 100% of Title I programs have come in, and this is how many of that particular pie chart we have allocated to classroom instruction or, classroom academic growth, curriculum, whatever it is that affects a student. And the same thing with the general fund. If we have received or have allocated however much has come in, whatever we're allocating for instruction in the general fund, we should be able to see of that bucket, how much is actually being used for instruction. And so same thing with special revenue. And I'm not sure that we were getting that view prior. I think before we were just kind of getting the whole list, the whole view, like of everything, but not kind of dealing with students. Does that kind of make sense? Yes, okay, I think you guys know where I'm headed. And for me, it's easier for me to kind of understand what that is. And I know that for the general public, for someone who's not really looking at the budget on a regular basis, I think it'll just be easier to kind of say, okay, now I know what my student is getting, what my student isn't getting, and where it's coming from. I have another question on the Family Empowerment Scholarship Program. On the slide that you provided, I saw FTE based on 18,126 students. Let me see if I can get there.
18,125.63.
Yeah, that top, that's it right there. So 18,125, then the bottom one, all the way to the bottom where it says net state FEFP, 28.8. I think I heard you say that is including the Family Empowerment Scholarship Program. And so we needed to subtract 28,846, subtract 14,810 from this number. So that would bring us to about 1436 in net state FEFP. 14,000, right?
Yep.
So is that 14,000?
14 million, I'm sorry.
14 million net state FEFP. But we don't have that screen here.
So,
Is that right?
Yeah, but this is.
This is just the
This is the
calculation?
formula,
This
right?
is the
And then
formula.
when you see the budget, that's why I did that other screen to show you.
Yeah.
Because then there's the add back of class size, state discretionary. And the whole point of this is the last three boxes, like when you digest all that, is to say total state funding of 48 million, required local effort locally 94, and locally on your .748, 23 million. So add the 94 and 23, that's all your local funding. The 48 is your state funding, and that 48 includes our pass-throughs to charters to pay the charters and family empowerment.
Okay.
And those will all be broken out when you see the actual budget. This is just the FEFP formula and how it generates the dollars and where we need to collect them from.
Okay. So if we are looking at trends from 2022 to 2020, from 2022, 23 school year, we had 554 students accept the Florida Empowerment and McKay Scholarship. Family Empowerment and McKay Scholarship Program.
Slide 12.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Slide 12, yes.
We're almost there.
Oh, 14 on yours, because you added some.
I added 2 slides.
12 on ours.
12 on
12
ours,
on yours, yep.
14 on yours. Okay, so let me look on here for a sec. So from 22-23, we had 554 students, according to this, right?
And so just to go back to 1920, you'll see the 99 FTE, 99 FTE, 92 FTE. Those were just the McKay scholarships that
Right.
were always there. 2021 is the first year in which some of the family empowerment started. And then each year, so the McKay is always built in to those numbers moving forward. And then the various other scholarships are added on top of the McKay.
Yes. And so I'm looking at about 500 or 600 per year, increasing from 22-23 to 23-24, looks about 500 or 600 more who accepted the Florida Family Empowerment Scholarship or the McKay. Same thing with 23-24 to 25, somewhere around 500-ish, maybe 600. Less that seemed to be expected from 25 to 26, maybe about the same thing. And what's projected forward, what I'm looking at is just an increase every single year, period. So I know one of the questions was, if this continues, our enrollment obviously is getting less. But I'm looking at this from a different perspective, and I want to know, why are people leaving? I know why people are leaving, but why are they leaving our schools? As a general question, right? I know that it's available, I know it's there. I think we, if it's possible, should kind of have discussions about getting to the bottom line of what their reasoning is so that we can adjust and fix it. Keep them here if they want to stay here. Now, everybody knows I am 100% in favor of school choice. I live it, I breathe it, I have, 1 foot in, I have the blessing of being able to advocate for what is in the best interest of the child according to what the parent decides. If you want to homeschool, if you want to take your kid to private school, that's fine. But I also get the opportunity and the privilege of advocating for public schools as well. And we have to do something to address why parents are leaving. What is that thing that is actually drawing them somewhere else? And maybe we haven't gotten there yet. Maybe it's part of our strategic plan to kind of figure that out along the way. But I think that we shouldn't wait on that. I think it's very important for us to be able to get out there and maybe knock on doors. If that exit interview is not happening, there should be a very, very targeted exit interview, anonymously, of course, because some people don't want to say. But if you are leaving, why are you leaving? And so that we can actually figure that out. It may not help us, but what if it does? If it
And
does, then that number should go down.
I did want to speak to the projections, just so you know, those are mathematical models. I mean, so if, for example, if you look at the charter schools, and this, I'm just going to speak frankly, the charter schools have certain capacities. They have charters with us. That model, I don't believe they even have the capacity to grow like that. That's a mathematical model showing that. So whether that will materialize or not, they're not looking at our local environment with what our schools are and who they are and what space they have. Same thing with family empowerment. They are using less historical models than ever. They're only using 2 to 3 years of data now because the models have changed. But the goal of things like surveying our families and making sure we have K-8 spaces for them and classical education for them and variety of choices that's a mathematical prediction that we are working towards turning around the other direction through providing the choices that our families want. So that definitely is the initiative of this team, innovation. And I know we have a lot more planned to bring forward before October in other changes that we could do. That was just the beginning.
Dr. Moore, any thoughts on getting down to the nitty-gritty of the why?
Dealing with severe weather over here. So I think that is, and you said it, the bulk of our district strategic plan is to reinvent the public education system in order to meet the needs of our community. I think when you look at it, it's not necessarily who we're losing. I mean, we had that data, we've spoken around that data, the exit points for us, 5th going to 6th and 8th going to 9th. And we've identified those specific areas. We're working on the Boutique High School on that specific end. And enhancing our vocational programs, which we highlighted last month. And we're converting to 4 K-8 schools to see if that doesn't offset the reality. Where we're not getting them is coming into the kindergarten. So I've referenced this to the board before. Our kindergarten class is down by 10%. Now, if that's a trend for a year, okay, but we don't. That's where we need to monitor. If that trend continues, each year we'll lose 10% of a grade level. Play that out over the course of time, that's 10% of the entire system. So there's that as well. So we're very, very aware of it. We do have a model with our in terms of the allocation model, so we're able to adjust in terms of staffing. That at this point, it doesn't succeed the rate of retirement. But as you have less students, you need less of everything else. You know, it is significant. So you can't look at these numbers lightly. We have done over the last several years an outstanding job in being able to project what that enrollment is. The Family Empowerment Scholarship is extremely hard to project, and this is across the entire state of Florida. As Mr. Green was referencing, within charter schools, you understand they have X number of seats available. We have access to those individuals, so it's extremely easy to project what their enrollment is going to be. We don't have a deep understanding, nor does anybody, regarding who's going to be offering and receiving those scholarship dollars next year, and which specific grade levels in which they're going to receive them. So it literally is being nimble enough to be able to respond to ensure that we, at the direction of the board, stabilize our budget. And from my perspective, we are the state's most improved school district for the last 3 years in a row. I'm sitting here looking at iReady data that we just finished last week. We'll be excited to say that we're still growing. I mean, instructionally, we're doing an absolutely outstanding job. We're getting a lot of things right. So it really is problem solving to say we want safe, secure, intimate environments that allow students to excel and allow students to walk into whatever their post-secondary experience is, fully ready and prepared to do it. So the strategic plan is coming at the absolute best time. I think I would want to say that those numbers, the orange line is going to level off. But I can't give anyone any confidence that it will, because the inputs are constantly changing as well. So if you go on Facebook, 4, 5, 6 different private schools are out there, coming soon, you know, can't wait to enroll students here and there, and We have no reference of what those particular schools are, nor do we have reference regarding the quality of those schools. And I'm sure some will be absolutely outstanding, and others will not be. So there's a lot in terms of our ability to market and advertise. I can tell you right now, one of the biggest things as I annually readjust the system through our reorganization process is our ability to market and advertise and sell what we're doing, yes, at the district level, but equally as important at each particular school level, and marketing that, because it's clear, we're not getting ones that are coming into the system. We do a good job, with the exception of those 2 exit points, which we have plans in place for those exit points of keeping our kids. We've got to make sure everyone understands we're the system, we have the building, we have the facilities, we have the certified teachers. We should be the first choice and be the best choice. So it's going out and marketing and doing that at a school site specific level. So we'll be working on bringing that to the board.
So this is a good opportunity, thank you for that. This is a good opportunity for me to close out a couple of questions that I had from the previous slide, because it talks to something that you just mentioned with regard to this particular area. Some of the innovation that we're doing in the school district that I would like to make sure, and I have said this before, and I think that I would like to repeat it within this block, is the focus on, for the strategic plan, the focus on this innovation with the classical model. Our K-8 models, I think, are really, really important for our strategic plan, and CTE and vocational programs. Those 3 areas really need to be highlighted, in my opinion, within the strategic plan, because they are these, kind of these exit points that you just pointed out of students leaving, right? How are we actually addressing the professional learning and some of these leadership development pipelines for the teachers even, and for our staff within these newer models, so that we can grow these models, right? Classical K-8, they're very, very different from the traditional elementary or just middle schools. So I think that we definitely need to kind of pinpoint the needs of these particular programs so that they are, number one, successful, but also so that we keep the kids that we need to keep them. With regard to the Florida empowerment numbers that are going up, of the numbers that you just provided, the New World Scholarship, the New World's Reading Scholarship, that is one, I don't think that, and of course, Mr. Green, you can just clarify, I don't know if those numbers, because they're still part of the Florida Empowerment Scholarship, I don't know if those numbers are included in what we see in the orange. We might want to take those out somehow. There might not be very many, but if we have students in our school district receiving the New World's Reading Scholarship, those are still students that are our students. They haven't left. And yet they would still receive the scholarship for the New Worlds. So the New Worlds are something that they can receive separate and apart. In other words, one of our public school students might receive a New World Scholarship, but that allows them to have tutoring outside of the school program.
Right, and I will confirm, I don't believe they're included because these are funds generated based on the FTE enrolled in the
Yeah.
family empowerment, but that's a good question. And as you know, we do have a board policy allowing for the New World tutor to happen on campus. So
Yes.
those are our students with our FTE.
Yeah, but they're still receiving the
Some
Florida.
funds.
They're still receiving, that scholarship still comes out of Florida Empowerment Scholarship. So I don't know if we can actually, even if it's little, I don't know if we can actually see those separately, just kind of FYI. Same thing with transportation, I thought of as we were talking through. Transportation is another scholarship under FES that could potentially be public school students in our district receiving that scholarship to allow them to, again, it might not be that much, but they still would be separate and apart from the numbers of students actually leaving and exiting. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Dyer.
Yeah, I have a couple of comments. You know, one that's interesting is we keep talking about exit points. You know, I think we should also talk about entry points. And one of the big entry points to me is certainly the VPK. And, you know that we don't get as a school district very much income from that program. But I think that if you look at the long-term ROI, a kid that starts in VPK may be with us all the way through 12th grade. So if you look at the ROI of that first investment, it really does make sense for us to perhaps be stronger in VPK. And I think there's probably other entry points of kids either coming from private school, kids coming from homeschool back to the public school system. Can we identify some of those points and see if we can get a program to get kids back engaged with the district, or ways even, I know some kids that are in homeschool may come to us for a course. Do we need a more robust program to attract those kids? So I would just suggest that we look at that as well. I had a couple of questions, and I know in some districts in Florida, and it didn't appear to be here, that the family empowerment scholarships are going up faster than the FTEs are going down in that district, which means that you lose the revenue but still have the kids. That doesn't appear from the numbers I've seen to be happening here as much. Is that true or false in this district?
What we saw in the adjustment was more students by October did select the Family Empowerment Scholarship than was projected. That's the $2 million impact. What I will tell you, I've been speaking to a lot of individuals at DOE, and there was a great pause in and delay in the delivery of the third calc to try and untangle the students who have selected a scholarship but then ended up in a traditional public school in the October survey. So they're trying to figure out who gets the funds and how to divvy it, because you said before, the revenue and the appropriations don't increase, they just appropriate and prorate based on that. So I think they're going through a learning process as well in how to create a system that ensures that the students are only being funded in one of those locations at any given time.
And then a couple of other things. Do we have any idea about property value increases this year? I mean, what we're expecting is the rate. I know it's not as hot in property values as it has been in the last few years, but do we have any idea about what that projection could be?
I haven't got that from the tax collector yet, but looking at the capital 5-year plan, which uses statistics, provide them by it, it does provide for an increase in the property values. I don't know what that number is off the top of my head.
Is that reflected in the numbers that we're looking at, or not?
That's not, because the number, that's right, that's only the FEFP.
Okay.
Which are so if the property values went up, then like the capital, the 1.5 mil would increase. And so what happens is on the required local effort, and if you look at a graph over time of the required local effort, it's been declining every year. So we might be 3.00 mil, it was 3.1 mil, because as the property values increase, they lower the required local effort to match.
Yeah, I saw in here, and I pulled it up, it went from the millage from 3.89 to 3.087, which is fully down a tenth. Is that what they're now projecting in the millage? So our millage decreases as property values go up?
The required local effort millage, the required local effort specifically, because what they're going to do is generate a formula that says you need to generate these amount of funds for your budget.
Right.
So if your property values are up, they're going to ask you to levy less required local effort.
Can you do over the required?
So there's only certain areas where you can levy additional millages, and there's 2 or 3 statutory. We're leveraging one of those. It's called a voter-approved millage that can be levied for up to 4 years, and it has to go through a referendum.
Right.
Other than that, there are very specific statutory requirements. We can't just impose additional millages without following one of those statutory. One of them is a critical operating millage for 2 years, but we do the 4-year voter approved.
Okay?
Okay,
Thank you.
Dr. Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Green. It was an excellent presentation. I didn't learn through zero-based budgeting, but I did with site-based budgeting. I remember those objects and codes. Good information. Mr. Green, when we look at our capital, operating, debt service, insurance, and enterprise, in our operating budget, how much is for salaries? That's still around 70?
It's generally 70 to 71% for salaries and benefits.
And that's where we usually have everything that we're going to do, obviously separate from capital, insurance, and debt service. Okay. When I think about what we're doing here, I agree with what's been said by Dr. Posca with the safety. I had mentioned to you, I think we're doing 2 more of our schools with the single point entry and what we have to do like at Sebastian River High School and so forth. So if we can really, really look at that in capital, I think it's very, very important. We talked about strategic plan and budget. I think it's important to set our strategic plan with all of our components and then see what we have in our budget. I don't think we should wait to have the budget, then go into strategic plan. We know what's important. We listen to our audience. We listen to our community. All the information board members have shared so far is really good. And I keep thinking here, as someone who's been in the system for a long time and in public school, how can I, as an elected school board member for a public school system, continue to support a system of excellence with all that we have? I am 100% for school choice. I understand that when all this started, we were given the information on our family empowerment scholarships. 70 to 75% were already in private schools, so we didn't really lose them at first. And now, obviously, we're declining. And there are probably many reasons, and we have to listen to them. Obviously, there's no income cap, and a person can get around $8,000 or $9,000 per year. So when we look at that, and I hear what Mr. Dyer has said, what can we do better? I think we put in our legislative priorities, have 100% funding for pre-K. I think that is huge for the school system. So that if they're not enrolling in kindergarten, why is that? And if we get them in pre-K, maybe that will help. You know, Dr. Moore, when you're talking about what we're doing, I think another thing we have to let our parents know and do a better marketing strategy for this, that we're accountable. We're accountable and we're transparent for every part of the budget. We're accountable. Our teachers have to be certified or work to being certified. You know, we have our standards, we have our testing, we have our budget that obviously people can look at, our graduation requirements. So those are the things that maybe we need to do a little bit of better job on, because obviously we're not the only game in town. I think that for many years public schools worked in silos. We have to get out of that mode and make sure that our parents and our community, you know how hard we are working. And it still may not make a difference. Some parents may want a smaller school. They may want a Christian school. I've talked to these parents too. So, but maybe we can do a little bit better job on getting out there and saying, this is what we're doing. This is where we're accountable. This is what it looks like. This is our graduation rate. So I think we move forward with our strategic plan and look at those components and put them in there, and this is the money we spend. And then the board comes back and say, this is our priority. It may say, no, we want to shift to safety. We may want to do this. But just make sure that we do a little bit better job of marketing. And I know everybody's working hard, but I think we have a system that, obviously a public school system, that's been improving and continues to improve, and get that message out there. Thank you.
Okay, a couple things. So the state funding average, can we go back to that one? I'm looking to see which, that's, on mine, it's slide 6, that one. Okay, so you see that 2701 this year, that's the state funding, right? So required local effort, that yellow tab, together that gives us our budget. And, you know, people constantly are saying, well, we pay taxes, you know, why isn't the district doing a better job with our taxes? I've heard that from other people. It'd be interesting to look at that blue and say, what is the average for the state funding across the state of Florida? Because people don't realize that that local funding helps us get back up to the number we should have had if we had gotten it all from the state. So it would be interesting to see what the state average is on state funding, because a lot of our money goes towards, smaller districts to help them with their budgets. So you don't have that number off your top of your head, I'm sure. So that would be an interesting one to look at when we talked about the budget process, because I think that's important. People need to understand how that funding works and why we don't get all the money back, okay? The second one is the family empowerment slide, so if you could go back to that. I'm going to stick up for public schools a second. So I'm all about school choice. I, helped a charter school years ago help open because I felt like parents needed a choice. Back then, they didn't have a choice. You either paid for private school or you went to the local school. You didn't have a choice of schools. Now, because of what we're doing, so much choice within our public schools, but also, embracing choice for all the other schools. So, when the question was brought up, how come everybody's leaving? One thing I want to point out is back in, I want to say 21, 22, when the family empowerment scholarships were coming about, the legislation has changed about who can accept those. And so there have been parents that were never part of our school district that are accepting those scholarships because they've gone to private schools and now they're accepting that money. So it's looking like they came from our public schools and they're going to private schools, but yet they have already been at private schools. They're just accepting the funds. So that's one number that I think is a little deceiving. The other part of that is our overall population of our housing is so expensive that I have talked to people about, realtors, about what's coming in. Are people coming in with families? Are they coming in without families? And mostly it's, retirees with a second home or whatever. Unlike Port St. Lucie. Port St. Lucie is growing, leaps and bounds, but they're also growing with their family empowerment. But it's not affecting them as much because they're getting so many kids moving in. We don't have as many kids moving in, so you're going to see those numbers decline overall. The other thing to consider is, yes, because of the family empowerment scholarships, a lot of churches are opening up schools. Church population has probably gone down a lot in the last few years, so that's another way you can kind of bring up your funding, open up school. And parents, they want a religious education. I'm not denying anybody of that. Or another school that just pops up. The thing to consider, though, as a parent is, are those teachers certified? A lot of times I'm finding out they're not. They don't have to be. They can accept this money, and the teachers don't have to be certified, correct? Under family empowerment. Right. Parents don't know that. A lot of them don't know that the teachers aren't certified. The other thing is they can accept these fundings, and they don't have to have an accredited school either, correct? Correct. Our schools have to be accredited. Our teachers have to be certified. We should be shouting that from the rooftops, because that's a lot harder to do than to be a stay-at-home mom and decide you want to start teaching third grade. Because, yeah, that's great. You have great intentions, but do you have that background knowledge to do that and help the kids get the standards they need? Also, we have to teach to standards. And some of these family empowerment scholarships that people are accepting, they're going to schools where they're not teaching to standards. They're teaching to whatever the curriculum is, the book that they're getting. When I first started teaching, we taught to the book because we didn't have standards. That's how old I am. But then we got the standards started coming in my first couple of years of teaching, and that's what we did. So that's a point that we should be shouting from the rooftops. We have accredited schools, accredited district, and we have certified teachers. That's important because teachers have to go through rigorous training. They have to go through rigorous testing. They have to continue that training through professional development that they're asking for, which is great. I think all board members here have had safety as a priority. All board members have been wondering why we haven't had certain projects put forward faster. So I've heard that several times from all our board members about how safety is our #1 priority. So I think that's the one to really focus on. Of course, academic rigor as well, but safety is probably the biggest priority that I've heard. And that's the only points I'd like to make.
Thank you, board members.
Dr. Moore? Dr. Moore,
Sorry.
I'd like to follow up.
Actually, you'd ask me, not Dr. Moore.
I know, but he was speaking, so I
Okay.
looked at you just now.
Okay.
Relax.
Go ahead. Please don't
Thank
say
you.
that.
So I have a question.
It's rude.
I'm actually going to follow up on something that was just mentioned, which brings me back to, Mr. Green, my other point about separating or kind of pulling out the reading scholarship or the transportation, which Mrs. Berenborg brings up a good point, that a lot of the students who received the Florida Empowerment Scholarship were not originally public school students. They may have been homeschool students already, or they may have been private school students. It still affects us financially because the Florida Empowerment Scholarship monies come from the district. Obviously, they're tax-paying citizens, so this is where it all comes from. But I don't know, she brings up a good point in that how many of that number that we see on that screen are actually public school students leaving versus those that were already not in our system. So is there a way that we can get that information and know that, or would it make a difference? Does it matter?
Currently, I am unaware of any access to that data that I would have. The only data we are given is the total FTE generated for Family Empowerment Scholarship.
Okay,
That their funding mechanisms are not in our, the numbers in our budget, but not like the lines where I can go look and see
Right.
how I can tell you in our budget where things go. I don't have access to that information to be able to answer that question.
is that something that we would know internally, like how many students have been homeschooled prior to the 2021? I don't know. I don't know if it really matters. But it is curious. I am curious to know, are these students kind of leaving because they want to go homeschool with the Florida Empowerment Scholarship, or were they already, or private, or were they already in that space? It's just, I think it might help us to kind of figure out what our game plan is moving forward. There was another comment that was mentioned about parents don't know if teachers are certified or not certified or accredited or not accredited when they choose homeschool or private school. And I would just counter that by saying parents are smarter than we think they are. Clearly, they know. They know that parents in other programs or co-ops or private schools are or are not state certified or accredited, and they make that choice anyway. They still choose otherwise. Standards, I wanted to talk quickly about standards. Standards that are set by our state and our DOE, they are included in our books and curriculum. So if we have a standard that says, students will learn their nouns, I'm just throwing that out there, nouns and verbs. If you open up a book that is given to the students' curriculum, the nouns and the verbs are going to be in there. So how we're teaching standards is through curriculum, through experience, and all of that stuff is within the books. One of the comments that was mentioned is that these homeschool environments and private school environments are not teaching, are teaching only to the books, and I would just discount that comment as well. That is not entirely true. It is a holistic experience that some of these programs, homeschool or private school, how they teach and what they teach within the books would still be within the current public school standard without actually having the standards listed. So that's just not accurate. I know that many other homeschoolers might actually say the same thing, but clearly they're having success at the end of the day, and, it's all up to the parent's choice.
So I am going to speak one more time, and that is because I did not say that every school is not looking at standards. There are some out there, and yes, I have had parents approach me and say they didn't know that there were uncertified teachers at their school. And so that does happen. Not everybody is aware that there are uncertified teachers at their school. Some parents that are very aware, yes, and they choose to go to that school anyway, and that's absolutely appropriate for them. Success is determined by lots of different things, not necessarily test scores. So hopefully every child is successful and their parents feel like that success belongs to their environment of the school that they chose. But success measured in school districts that are public is different than success that's measured in private. I've taught both, and I know that for a fact. So it's interesting, success is one of those broad terms. It can be measured by a test score, or it cannot be measured by a test score. And I think that lets parents know that sometimes public school isn't right for their child. Socially, they might need another alternative, and that's fine. But I don't think that we should be putting down our public schools and talking about they don't do something that the other schools do and that they offer a better choice. I think it's just a different choice. Dr. Moore, you want to move on?
Yes, ma'am. The next items will be a review of policies that are coming forward. Ms. Envol, Ms. Christofoli, and Mr. Green will present those policies, very similar to as we have done in the past. And then Dr. Jacobs will do item G, which is transportation, and then we'll go into the Mr. Green show for the following H through Q.
You're on.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I have the first policy. It's policy 0169.1. This is kind of like take two of our workshop that we did back in February. It is very important. In this particular case, it stemmed from a recent case in Brevard County. These proposed changes. And the importance of maintaining decorum at your school board meeting, which is a business meeting, is important, but it's really important that we don't stifle anyone's First Amendment rights of speech. So you'll see the proposed revisions follow along. The things that have changed since our February 10th meeting, with respect to the policy, we bolded the action agenda or proposition title. We changed the names of citizen input to public input, and the statutory citations for sections 877.13 and 1001.372 were added to the bottom. Those are minor changes. And then your policy requires you to not only adopt the policy proposed revisions, but also your speaker's form and your guidelines related to that. So following on your agenda item, you will see red lines of the script. Oh, okay, we can do speaker's form, that works. The speaker's form, it essentially tracks the language of policy 0169.1. It is the greens, of course, the additions. There's a directions box at the top. There is a clean version of it, which is at the bottom, which is easier to me to read. But one of the things that we changed from our February 10th workshop is we added the whoever was a representative who's speaking on behalf of a large number of individuals associated with a group or faction, and that they'll get up to 5 minutes. So you'll see that extra little box there at the bottom, along with a place where they have to identify which particular group they are representing.
Do you want to keep going okay.
Whatever works best for you. The script
All right.
is
Mr. Dyer,
basically
you want to
follows the same
speak to
thing.
that?
Yeah, I thought we decided at the workshop that we were, just everybody would speak as an individual. We weren't going to give extra time.
That's what I
for
thought.
that's what I thought the consensus was.
I did
So
too.
that, I believe, needs to be corrected. The other things,
Did you go back and watch the
No.
workshop? Okay, because I know there was a discussion about
There
that.
was.
And then there was a lively discussion about how does one represent their group and not another person represent their group?
Right.
So if you have two people coming up and saying, I represent this group, no, I represent this group, who
And
gets
there
the
was no
5
way to
minutes?
judge.
it's
Right.
just any individual that wants to speak, let them speak for their 3 minutes and move on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I agree with that, because we could get to a point where someone says they're speaking for a group, but that other person says, no, you're really not speaking for me. I think it's fair to let everyone speak the 3 minutes and follow this policy. I think we could get into some real issues with that.
Yeah.
And I think as a board member, I want to hear individually, not just a group that someone may not agree with in that group.
Yes,
Yeah,
Mr. Rosario?
I don't think we want to relitigate the whole thing, but I think our consensus was to delete that, yeah.
Yeah. Mr. Rosario?
My concern is that the law actually states that we should allow this opportunity, not that we're actually going to practice it every single meeting, but that we should allow this opportunity for the public, that if they are part of an organization, we should be able to allow them the opportunity to have a representative speak on their behalf.
So I
So
think
if
you're.
we remove it, that's the part that gets iffy for me. If we have a controversial issue and we have, hundreds of people in the room wanting to speak, allowing hundreds of people the 3 minutes versus, announcing, hey, if you are here with an organization and you want the organization to speak for 5, that kind of brings down the time for speaking. In that situation, this makes sense.
My understanding is they can speak for their organization, but it's just going to be for 3 minutes. I mean, speak whatever they want to do, but it's 3 minutes.
Well, this doesn't limit it, I'm sorry, this actually says up to, maybe, this says, I am a representative speaking on behalf of the large number of individuals associated with whatever the group is, and request that my time be extended up to 5. So it could be 3, it's up to the chair to say, well, we'll give you 3, or you can have up to 5, but not any more than, so it could be 2 minutes.
So could we get a consensus from the board as to what you want to do? I guess because we're hearing different things. And consensus means that that's the one that you would put towards the board for a vote, because we're not voting on this yet.
No, no.
Okay.
So Madam Chair, what I'm hearing is there's 2 different options. It's remove the up to 5 minutes for faction or keep it in there. Is that what I'm hearing? Because there's a
Delete it.
policy application to that,
Delete
too.
it. Delete
Delete
it.
it.
Delete it.
Delete it.
Delete it.
Let's go Doge,
Doge.
Doge.
I like that.
delete it.
I'm sorry, that was my misunderstanding. So I will take that out and we'll revise those.
I just think it's opening up a can of worms. Anything else that you want to talk about with the policies?
The other thing there is we had the guidelines for public input. That changed. It is now called public input instead of citizen input. And so these 3 things are required by your policy to travel together. So your proposed policy revision, your guidelines for public input, and your speaker's form. And so everything matches now.
Okay. Could we be real clear right now so all board members know, if somebody comes to the mic and they start saying profanities, okay, into the mic, what is the chair's job?
The chair's job, okay, so the case law is very interesting. The case law was trying to eliminate, I think there was some quote, actually I quoted out here something, oh, here it is, okay. A restriction barring that viewpoint effectively requires happy talk, permitting a speaker to give positive or benign comments, but not negative or even challenging ones. And if the only ideas that can be communicated are views that everyone already finds acceptable, why have the school board meeting in the first place? So I think when it comes to the use of profanity, you can warn the speaker, and then that's pretty much, your new proposed revisions say that you can interrupt it got rid of the terminate there. I'd have to look, and it's too small for me to see. You could certainly warn them. If it became profane and it disrupted the meeting, you could take a recess, or you could ask to have them removed. Or we added that.
So they
provision
can
in
be
the box.
removed for profanity.
Uh,
And again, what's the definition of profanity?
Yes, and that's the issue.
Yeah.
And so it becomes a part of, we tried to add in your script there that, you know, this is a place that they can talk about individual employees now, they can talk about individual school board members now. Remember before it said that all comments had to be gone through the board. I do believe they can use those, they can use that, and they get their 3 minutes, and then you move on. You can warn them, but.
Why warn them if they can do it anyway?
I don't understand.
Yeah. They can use vulgar language, they can say vulgar things at a person.
So you do have a definition. You can, if you look at that policy there, you can ask them to stop speaking. You can see obscene, you have a new definition of obscene. It is crude, abusive, vulgar, offensive, pornographic, or indecent. And when we talked about threatening too, so you can stop them if it's obscene. It's hard to talk in hypotheticals, what would happen.
So just get ready for the fact I might say, hold on a second, save their time and
Right.
confer with you.
Right, well,
Does
and that's.
that meet the vulgar or obscene language?
So that's what the policy was challenged for, because the policy, they didn't want the board to, you know, what was happening is they were treating certain speakers differently than they were treating others, and it
I
was the
saw it.
same thing. So they want to take out that guesswork of what is back and forth. So the best thing that we could do is add the word of an obscene statement may include, but is not necessarily limited to, language or gestures that are crude, abusive, vulgar, offensive, pornographic, or indecent. And then you have the abusive statement shall be understood to mean containing language that is harsh, insulting, cruel, or malicious. So we tried to define it as best as possible, but it's really going to be a call during the meeting as to what that means and how you can stop them. I think as a chair, you're in charge of controlling the board meeting, and I think you would stop them and say, you know, we do have children in the audience or children that are watching, so I ask that you refrain from using profanity. If they continue to do so, then we're going to have to decide what that looks like. And that's probably a conversation we need to have.
We do, because, and that's why I wanted to bring it up here, because the other board members need to know, we've had these conversations. In the past, we have had board members attacked, and people say, you know, some pretty mean things, and they say some pretty cruel things sometimes, and, because they're hot, they're upset. And so, you know, in the past, I've been able to say, you got to direct those comments to the chair. Or they'll be mad at the superintendent, and, you know, I've said the same thing, you can't direct it to the superintendent. So now I can't protect board members that are getting attacked.
I still think you can ask them to stop speaking, and that they're using profanity, and we expect the same professionalism from you as you would, you know, respect from us. I think that, I mean, because you're allowed to control the decorum in your meeting. It is a public business. It's not their opportunity to sit there and list a whole string of, you know, explicatives.
It's going to be fun.
Yes, it
Okay.
is.
So,
I got two,
go ahead, Mr.
Yes,
two
Mr.
other
Dyer?
comments. One is I read in here, it said up to 3 minutes. So that means if you get 50 people that want to come talk at a night, you can do it for 2 minutes on that night. You can, by reading the policy, right?
So it says up to. I will tell you, some districts have actually put into their policy a sliding scale,
Yeah.
meaning that you would put something, if you have up to 20 individuals, they get 3 minutes each. If you have 20 to 40, they get 2 minutes each. If you have above 40, they get 41 and above, they get 1 minute each. We could certainly add that into your policy as well, if you think that, it really happened like right after COVID, when when you had hundreds of people coming to speak up, but some districts have put that sliding scale in, and I can certainly consider that, but I would need some direction from you all on what you think that would be reasonable.
I know like the state DOE does that. They have a
Yes.
1 hour time limit, boom. And then they look at how many speakers have signed up and they divide it by the number of speakers and the time. So I don't know. That's something that
Just,
I think.
I mean, that's what the policy said is up to. So based on the other conversation, it seems like that we could, by the number of people, determine what the time is, and by the time limit, we want to, allot.
I would like that, though, to be a specific number between this number and that number,
That's-
because by the time
I think
she
that's
gets all
easier.
those forms and then they're handed to me, that's just minutes before the meeting, so that
Right.
would be a lot to put on a chair to be able to do all that.
And I do think too, Madam Chair, if you're going to set those expectations up front, the public needs to know when they sign up and they see a bunch of people, they need to know if they're going to have 1 minute or 3 minutes, because that makes a difference in what the points that you want to make. I think a lot of them can effectively reduce their 3 minutes to 1 minute, but I think that would be good if you want that sliding scale.
Okay, other board members want to weigh in?
I'm okay with the way things are, the way that it is now. I don't see any reason why we need to change it. We haven't had any issues. We did in the past, but there doesn't seem to be any reason why we should change the time limit or limit it. Especially, you're right, when someone is planning for what they're going to say, it puts them at a very unfair advantage, or it gives them a disadvantage, actually, when they're walking through the door and then told, oh, by the way. I think that's I don't think that's right. I have a comment with regard to the entire discussion on what is obscene and what isn't, or what is profane. So we have here what you included, and I'm glad you included it. An obscene statement may include, but is not necessarily limited to, language or gestures that are crude, abusive, vulgar, offensive, pornographic, or indecent. I think that should be pretty common sense. I don't know why we need to define what is profane. Even if you go into the dictionary of profanity, it is very clearly words that are curse words, dirty words, obscene words, vulgar words, cuss words, explicatives. I mean, I don't know, do we really need to define that? I mean, that just seems pretty common sense. The other concern that I have is with regard to what the chair can, how the chair handles profanity or obscenity from a citizen's perspective. We do have the law that was passed for parents. I mean, obviously it's a while, is HB 1069, that actually allows parents the right to read from any passage of material, any material that is subject to an objection. If the school board denies the parent the right to read that passage due to the content that meets the requirements under subsection and subparagraph B1, the school district shall discontinue the use of the material. So a parent can read a book, there might be something obscene within the book at the board meeting. If the chair or the board, it actually says the board, if the board basically shuts down that parent because that material is obscene, then the book is automatically removed. Because the background of that is, if it's not appropriate for a school board meeting, it shouldn't be appropriate for kids. That's the gist of how this all got started. So when you look at the sub-paragraphs of that I just read, it actually says anything that is pornographic, obscene, or not age appropriate. I mean, that's the summary of them. When you pull up the obscenity statute, there's a whole list there in the obscenity statute of definitions. And the obscenity statute, which is chapter 847, Florida statutes 847, it starts there. Anything that is obscene is listed in the obscenity statute, including the definition of pornography, child pornography, including those things that have to deal with genitals or sexual intercourse, or what is masochism, the definition of nudity, the definition of obscene with regard to how it depicts or describes in a patently offensive way sexual conduct defined herein, and so on and so forth. So there's a lot of definition in there. To me, I just think common sense should take place on what is obscene and what is profane. You know, I think there's also something else that we haven't actually, doesn't seem like it's in here, which are threats. If someone physically threatens someone else, they should be shut down. If there is an outburst that actually causes, which is supported by the law, if there is an outburst of, you know, yelling bomb in a movie theater, or fire or something like that, you know, where you're inciting a riot, you know, things like that are things that are not included in the policy, but certainly are potential things that could happen at a school board meeting. I saw a school board meeting on, I guess on YouTube or whatever it was, maybe like a week or two ago, which I hadn't seen. I don't know how it showed up. And this was probably about 10 or 15 years ago from another school district somewhere else. And someone came in with a gun in the school board meeting. I mean, we don't have that issue here now, but, you know, there were things that, I guess my point is, there are things that could happen that we don't have any control over, but how are we ever supposed to put every single thing in there? At a certain point, you've got to know that's inappropriate, we shouldn't have it, and yet still be able to support the other statutes that say this is allowable. If a parent wants to read from a book, it is allowable. However, if we shut it down, then then the book gets automatically removed, which is what is in the statute. So it's not like that's a choice.
Ms. Berenborg?
Yes.
So to understand this, someone could be obscene or use pornography, and we have to say, no, that's not acceptable. And I would think an adult would know whether it's acceptable or not, which is very sad to me, that someone wouldn't know what was obscene, pornographic, and so forth. Obviously, I understand the state law with the books, but or even a threat, but that puts a lot on the chair. And it's just, hopefully we can make sure our audience knows that what is expected is to be, you know, kind, professional, and that is how we will react as board members. But it's really sad that they can say this and we have to say, no, you can't do that. You know, that just is the one thing that concerns me. Is that where we are? How about as adults, we act like we should? My comment.
We did try to put that some of in your script,
Yes.
that we expect professionalism.
Yes, I do
Just how we
like
do
that
that.
statement.
And we do have a definition of threat in that same paragraph there. It says, a statement that is threatening in nature is one containing language meant to frighten or intimidate one or more specified persons into believing they'll be harmed by the speaker or someone acting at the speaker's behest. I think that the purpose of adding those little definitions in there was to kind of take the guesswork out of, is this obscene, is it threats? And so we would look at it and say, oh, is that obscene? Oh, yes, it's abusive, or it's vulgar, or it's pornographic, or it's indecent. And I believe, and I couldn't see it because I'm having a hard time reading in this light, there's a section in there about unless otherwise prohibited by law, which would address the book aspect that you have. But I can't see it, I'm sorry, I can't see to find it at the moment. I need more light.
Yeah, my biggest concern was, you know, board members being undressed, kind of. We've had in the past where board members actually got up and left during a citizen input time because of what was being said. So that concerns me.
And I think as board chair, Madam Chair, you have the ability to call a recess at any time. And sometimes removing the audience from the situation removes the power that they think they may have in speaking to you all and allows them to all calm down. You do have this section in there about how you can, if they're disrupting your business meeting, you can remove them from the meeting.
Right.
Once you provide them with that warning. But I think the most important part in this particular policy is to try to put those guidelines in there as much as possible. I do appreciate the discussion, and maybe we can have like a if this, then this kind of thing under the policy to help you with some of your language. I think that'll help.
Okay. Mr. Dyer?
It appears this policy is not ripe for approval tonight, so.
No.
Would I make, I mean, I
Just
don't
a-
know, you don't make, I guess it, I don't know how you take care of that.
This is a
but,
workshop, so we still
but
have
then
some time.
The other thing that I'm trying to understand from Terry, from
Just take it
Ms.
off.
Veriborg and Dr. Moore's perspective, is when we did have that person come in with the FAFO T-shirt,
Mm-hmm.
what do they do? Just let it go on? Just say, well, it's right as an
It's a threat.
individual? That's a real life one. That's not hyper,
I didn't even know what that was.
hypothesis.
So I
That's
don't know
real
if it's
life. What do you do? What does she do?
Well, if
I
I,
don't
if I
I don't
may,
bring my phone to the.
yeah,
dais.
if I may, Mr. Dyer, Ms. Enville wasn't here at that time. We had a previous attorney.
Okay.
And the previous attorney and Dr. Moore actually had staff and I guess, I
I
don't
took
know
a
who else.
recess.
Yeah, there was a quick recess, but they addressed the citizen and asked the citizen to kindly remove the shirt or turn it inside out and continue with the citizen comment. So that it wasn't like anyone was shutting the citizen down. It was, hey, the shirt is on, would you kindly turn it inside out? We'll give you a moment to go to the bathroom and do that. This is what happened, right, Dr. Moore? And then the person refused and the person left.
Well, what's the difference saying it as opposed to having it on your T-shirt? I mean, it's the same
Same
thing.
thing.
That's a T-shirt, so you can say it all you want, but you can't wear a T-shirt. I mean, it's getting a little weird. So
Well-
I just think that we get really, the more we define things, the better off we are. But it appears that basically any teeth that the chair might have had to maintain decorum in the meeting has kind of disappeared, and so it's kind of, the circus, and you let it go on.
No.
It's going to be interesting. I
Yeah.
just think
So,
you're going to
can
see
I-
times where I'm going to ask for recess and confer with the attorney,
Yeah.
just because I want to make sure I'm not stepping on anybody's toes one way or the other. Yes, sir.
So I'll just speak a little bit to the general, and then I'll mention, you brought up a sliding scale, and we need to get board approval for that. So me and you need to still comment on the sliding scale issue. But as far as the policy, if somebody's making a threat verbally or with a sign or a T-shirt, they can still be removed. If they're being vulgar, they're being cruel, and they're just, let's say somebody comes up here and just starts commenting on your appearance and calling you nasty things, and they never even say an expletive, they're just being rude and inappropriate, they can be warned and then removed, so that we still have the exact same real teeth that the old policy had. I don't really see that there's a huge difference here. It requires that we warn them. There's some subjectivity to interpreting what they're saying or doing, but at the end of the day, if they're being inappropriate, cruel, they're making any kind of threats, they can be removed. So I think at the end of the day, I don't think much has really changed. For the issue of the sliding scale, that would definitely help to make a more efficient, meeting. It would make the time go down. I'm not gonna plant a flag on this if you guys want to do it, but I think my personal feelings on it are, I don't know that we have a big issue with a lot of people speaking. We've had specific meetings where we had a lot in the last few years, but if you looked at the average number over the course of the last 2 years, I think we don't really have a problem that requires fixing. So I hesitate to, add policy to fix a problem that may not exist. And the potential detriment is if there is a really important issue and a lot of people show up and want to speak, and they're told they get 1 minute, there's going to be a lot of really disappointed people, regardless of where you are on the issue. So we're probably better off just leaving it the way it is, and if we do run into problems, we can always readdress that, rapidly.
Yeah, I'd just like to say the same thing. I think right now it's not a problem, and if it becomes a problem, then I think we bring it back to workshop and we talk about doing the sliding scale. That's what they do at the DOE, that's what they do when you go to speak in Tallahassee.
Yeah.
It just makes for a board meeting to be more efficient. All right, so I think.
Can I
we're-
just get some clarification? So we're going to
Yes.
pull this one, and I'm
Yes.
going to take out the up to 5 minutes on the speaker's form, on the
Yes.
script, and also in the policy. Okay. And no
Let's see.
sliding scale at this point.
Can I, no sliding scale at this point. Can I just add also, we've had situations like this before, Ms. Enville, where it's been literally just like one line needs to be removed, just like now. And it still ended up on our board meeting that same night. Because right now, in this case, you're just removing a sentence from all three, and then this evening, I mean, it has happened before. Dr. Moore has made edits in the time in between and then has remained, the item still remained on our board meeting at night. This seems pretty simple enough to me.
Madam Chair, the only concern that I have about this one is you're actually removing someone's right, because you're removing them to the ability to speak on behalf of a group or a faction. So I would recommend you refix
Repost
it,
it.
publish it, and then do it again. I don't know
Okay.
what's been removed in the past, but if it has been like a simple Scrivener's error, or if it's been like a redundant sentence,
Right.
that's different. But this one, you're actually removing someone's right to speak on behalf
something.
of a faction,
Okay,
if that makes sense.
that's fair enough.
I'd rather you not have a challenge than have one.
Sounds
agree.
fair enough.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next, through the chair, there are two policies. This is for the environment-free tobacco, smoke, and vapes, basically, the 5512. The only change is they ask for more specificity of what is the consequence instead of the one line that says follow the student code of conduct. So the language that has been put in matches our code of conduct language. And then the 7434 is for visitors to a campus, and similar, same request to specify what would happen, giving the authority to warn, to comply with the policy, and then if a visitor did not, that it would go to the principal or authority to make a decision about what would happen.
I have a question about that. As the student code of conduct comes forward and changes every year, so you footnote that,
Yes.
so you're going to make those changes every year?
We have.
Okay.
Good. Any questions on those two?
Ma'am.
Okay.
Through the chair, this had previously been discussed, given that we...
Can I ask,
Yes.
sorry, let me interrupt you a second. It's 2:27, we've gone over about a half hour because of that last discussion. Is there anyone that needs to take a break? Yes, okay. Let's have a 10-minute break.
10 minutes.
2:27. Okay, let's resume our meeting. Sorry about that. We are back. I believe it is your turn, Dr. Jacobs. Thank
So I
you.
just have one, that's policy 6671, district foundation. We are recommending to rescind this policy, given that we have 9215, which clearly outlines our policy for our direct support organization.
Okay. Any comments or questions on that? All right. I think we're good there.
Group of policies, typically you'll see changes to state statute or local policy changes. This group of policies we typically refer to as the EDGAR policies, the Education Department General Administrative Regulations, which is Title II of the Federal Code of Regulations. So they made a lot of changes. They're technical changes around grant management. And so that's going to flow through all of the policies that I'm going to refer. It affects us from purchasing to property inventory to conflict of interest. So we'll start with 1129. The first three policies, 1129, 3129, and 4129, are all similar, but they are across the administrative, instructional, and support staff. The basic changes is it added board member to anywhere it talked about an officer or agent, just to ensure that board members, because we receive federal funds. A lot of the markup is simply scratching out a paragraph and rewriting it with a word or two difference. But most of it in here is talking about fraud, ensuring that there's proper reporting if someone is committing fraud with federal dollars or anything that the grant might have done, and ensuring that no one solicits gifts from a vendor providing a federal grant or takes gratuities in exchange for something. Those are 1129, 3129, and 4129 in the different administrative groups. Questions? 6110 are grant funds in the uniform grant guidance, and that is just mandatory disclosures. And again, so if anyone sees fraud or misappropriations of funds, we are mandatory reporters, and it also adds a whistleblower protection. It clarifies language around record keeping and safeguarding of federal funds. 6111, it affects internal controls, the same thing, the standards of internal controls for the federal government and the internal control integrated framework. It adds the U.S. Constitution as one of the references besides statute and other references. But the same type of changes are included, as well as ensuring controls around cybersecurity and protecting that information within the grants. 6112, cash management of grants, changes the U.S. Treasury to the federal agency in regards to agencies that process payment. It updates the timing of payments and how we handle interest over $500 and how that must be reported. And our finance department already have these procedures in place. These are just being codified through policy. 6114, cost principles and spending of federal fund. It kind of outlines what's reasonable cost, something that's reasonable to an individual to spend for that particular item in that particular situation. And it talks about some, clarifies some of the prohibitions that things could be spent on, outlines cost deadlines, guidance on equipment, recording of the period and performance, all within the various cost principles or the spending of federal funds. 6325 is procurement. Now we're talking about obtaining things with the grant, and that talks about leasing versus purchasing. It talks about the Solid Waste Disposal Act, and basically just updates some information around how you procure things that are purchased with federal funds, and defines a bid protest section if someone were to to protest a bid over the selection of a vendor. 6550, again, travel and expenses, and it just limits that travel and expenses with federal funds must be limited to the performance of a public purpose regarding the funds, and clarifying and outlining that the travel costs must be included. 7310, the disposition of surplus instructional property. It adds some clarity around what the definition of a cost of a unit is, an item that has a certain value and has a certain length of time. And it adds statements to comply with Title II Code of Federal Regulations, Chapter 200, for the proper disposal and waste removal and how you must retain that equipment. And 7450 is property inventory. Once you purchase that equipment, granted you don't have any bid protest, then it talks about what examples of tangible personal property are, how we must maintain it. And again, we have these procedures in place. We have record-keeping systems. You see our surplus. We're talking about surplus inventory property today. We have property records procedures in place. So this entire set of policies from 1129 through 7450 basically all get hit because they updated information about the management of grants receiving federal funds.
Anyone like to speak to any of these? Okay, can I bring up that last one, 7450, property inventory? I know there's some discussion in legislature about, property and schools that are low in enrollment, that sort of thing. So is that the one that will need to be revised because of that, if that changes?
So, well, property inventory, I don't.
You're just talking about physical property?
Yeah,
Okay, not land?
Right.
Or buildings that are unused?
right. These are
Okay.
tangible personal properties, a piece of equipment,
Got
a
it.
piece of furniture.
Okay.
Ready to move on? Through the chair, the next item is the transportation agreements with the charter schools. This is an annual item that comes to the board for approval. It will be coming to you tonight for approval again for the upcoming school year.
Is there a way to find out if they're taking advantage of these?
Sure. So North County Charter School and Sebastian Charter Junior High School, we provide direct services for them. Indian River Charter High School, we provide field trip services for them. And then Imagine Schools, we provide field trip services for them. St. Peter's provides their own services. Infrequently, they may need to utilize one of our buses when their bus is not operable. So we continue to maintain an agreement with them in the event that they need to do that.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question.
Yes,
What do you mean by taking advantage? What
are they
did you-
using it? We're offering
Oh,
buses.
taking advantage
Of using it.
using it. Gotcha, got it.
Yeah, I just want to know if they're utilizing it, because I know one of them had a charter in the past that said they were going to provide busing for a certain area, but that hasn't been happening. I don't know if they changed their charter or if they're just not using it, or if they are using it. That's why I asked the question. Okay.
Next item is the disposal of surplus property H, and this is a much smaller list this month. You have some 8, 9, 12-year-old laptops and LCD projectors that are obsolete and no longer functioning. You have some furniture that is 18 to 34 years old, and you have a few pieces of tools and equipment out of a physical plant, such as a winch that from 2003, so it's 22 years old. All of it has a zero value after depreciation. So these items will be coming before you this evening for removal from that list of items that we barcode and keep track of.
Anyone? Yes.
Yeah, so I've heard other board members and myself in the past mention this. When I went over for the tour of the CTE programs in our school district, Treasure Coast Technical College was one of those that every single person there, every adult that was in the electrical and HVAC program, they were all engaged, all of them. And they were taking apart these, I guess, an electrical panel board. Actually, it had been taken apart and they had to put it together. So every time we get these obsolete lists, I'm always curious to know, why don't we just give them these old the old equipment? Especially the things that are old computers and things like that. I mean, at best, they can take it apart just to kind of look at the inside of it. Surely there's no comparison to a computer that was made the other day. But they can still benefit from taking something apart and putting it back together, or at least identifying what wires go where. I just don't see how we just, cannot use some of the stuff that might still be usable in some way.
Absolutely. And prior to this process, I can assure you there is much conversation happens in the warehouse, and a lot of stuff is redistributed and barcodes are changed to facilities. People go over and see what's there, but we do redistribute that until it's no longer necessary, and the final person says, I just can't even use it.
Okay.
But we do move it around facilities before it becomes on this list.
Before it goes on that list. Okay. You might need to remind me of that again in the future, but
It's okay.
just in case.
I have a question. So, old furniture that's really old looking or kind of deteriorating. I'm talking student desks, things like that. When I walk through certain schools, I see really nice, neat, new desks, and I see others that maybe have a lot of cast-offs. The equitability of that is a little concerning to me. But I know, like, when I was a classroom teacher, if I wanted to get new desks, if my desks had a lot of chips on the top of them or whatever, I was told to go to the warehouse and go look and see if there was anything in the warehouse. Teachers still have that advantage to do that?
Yes.
Okay. And is there anything in the warehouse worth looking at to bring?
Not right now.
Okay, because some of them they're pretty meaty.
And then as far as the furniture upgrades, we do have an FF&E process that cycles the classroom furniture on cycles.
Okay.
The next item is approval of the FISH certification. That's your Florida Inventory of Schoolhouses. If you look over on the wall, you'll see the control room is room 1-107. That is a FISH number. We must recognize that. We must document it and certify that all of our FISH numbers are posted and accurate, and Mr. Westenberger and his team has done that. They've signed off, and this is an annual certification just saying that all of your FISH numbers match your room numbers, and those have been walked by staff, and that certification is due before April 1st of each year.
Anybody want to know what fish is? No. All right. We're good.
The next item is
Can you catch?
is a
I did it.
request
So they
to
catch 'em.
extend a contract with Jarrellcom and Complete Alarm. Jarrellcom and Complete Alarm provide low voltage, I call it the blue data cables that go to computers and security cameras and bells and PAs. In 2022, the board approved a 3-year contract, $200,000 a year annual spend. These two companies were awarded that. They have done good work. We divvy the work between them throughout the year. And part of that had 2 one-year optional renewals that must be mutually agreed upon. And when it's in our best interest and we lock in pricing from 3 or 4 years ago, we definitely do that. So this will lock in that pricing and for 25, 26, maintain these 2 vendors. So this is asking for that extenuation, and most of this is paid through the school hardening grant.
Yes.
Just kind of going back to what you said before with bids, have we had any issue with bids? I haven't seen anything the last couple of years.
I know of no bid protest or issues since I've been
Thank you.
here.
Because I've seen those before, and they can get.
Yeah. The next item is the purchase of some White Fleet vehicles. You do have funding in your capital plan every other year for White Fleet vehicles. It has been some time since you have upgraded any vehicles. similar, some of them are over 20 years old. I have put my hands on, I've actually put my hands through the roofs on many of them, the rust, water leaking through. So what this is one F-350 that is for physical plant. That will pull things like the skid steer, the excavator, the dump trailer, all of our heavy equipment that does clearing and takes the ball fields around. There are 2 Ford Mavericks. One of those those are smaller pickup trucks. One is facilities and one is the building department. And there are 3 transit vans, and those are physical plants for people like locksmiths, plumbers, and electricians. And those are off of a bid, and the total cost is $252,215, and that is out of the capital budget.
Outside of being Ford, sounds great.
Could have guessed. The next item is the approval of some walk-in freezer coolers, one at Oslo Middle School, one at Sebastian Arter High School in their main kitchen. There's a small contingency built into Oslo just for some of the work that needs to be done, but they are roughly $99,000 each. They are budgeted in the capital plan, and I can tell you a complete assessment was done several years ago of all the air conditioners and the walk-in coolers, and that's why you see these coming forward, because they have got on a cycle. They are very, very old and failing, so we are cycling those out and replacing those. So that's based on a needs assessment and is budgeted in the capital 5-year plan, and that'll be done by Complete Restaurant Equipment, was the lowest of the 3 bidders. The next item is an ITB, so this is an invitation to bid, so this would be a new 3-year contract with 2 optional 1-year renewals, and this is for an annual fiscal spend of not to exceed $100,000, and this is for our wood flooring maintenance, so gyms, stages, anywhere over the summer, those have to be redone and waxed and stripped down, and so we don't have the equipment and the skills to do that. So the Freedom Flooring and Refinishing of Clearwater with Impact Sports Surfaces of Deerfield Beach as an alternative were awarded, we're asking to award them the ITB for a 3-year contract for maintaining our floors in the summertime.
Dr. Jones?
How often is that happening now, the refinishing of the
Every
floors?
summer,
Every summer, okay,
depending on what it needs.
right. Okay.
The next item is E-rate. E-rate is a reimbursement program through the FCC to help provide internet services and the equipment necessary to students. It's broken into 2 categories, and it has very specific bid deadlines through the federal government that we can't control, and they don't align with our board meeting dates. So the way we do this is we put out a bid, which is called a Form 470. We've put that out for internet services, that's category 1, and we've put it out for equipment like network switches, routers, and that's category 2. Under category 1, the retail cost of the internet services is $250,000. We are estimating an 80% based on our free and reduced lunch rate, an 80% reimbursement. So we would have a direct cost of $50,000 for that $250,000 of service. And on the equipment, it is a retail value of $400,000 with an 80% reimbursement rate, or $80,000 cost to the district. What this is asking the board for permission to do is accept the lowest bidder when it comes in and file the Form 471 and give the superintendent the authority to select the lowest bidder. E-rate is very particular, and lowest price is the highest weighted category on that. And that because that falls on March 26th is when those Form 471s are done. This is an annual process that we have done every year since I've been here in 2003. But this is a way to get $650,000 worth of services and equipment for $130,000 through a reimbursement program.
Anybody on that one? I actually have 2
Yeah.
questions. First, I have a suggestion of what service not to use, because my internet's always out, so I'll give you a hint on that one. The other one is, Mobile hotspots, I see it says that the district will apply for mobile hotspot services. So you're looking at, I know during COVID, we talked about putting hotspots in the buses and parking the buses out in neighborhoods. Is that what you're referring to?
And that, and as well, we put them into our schools, so if the network is down, they're able to connect a laptop in the front office, so we have like 2 of the mobile hotspots, so we use it for redundancy as well. But yes, those kind of mobile hotspots.
I get it, because that's what I do. Okay.
The next item is a construction management at risk contract with Bill Bryant and Associates for modifications to the parent pickup drop-off loop at Treasure Coast Elementary. As you know, there's a hairpin corner coming from Sebastian River High School around Vera Lake Estates. Treasure Coast is right on that corner. Cars back up around the corner during many times of the day and cause some dangerous situations. And as that road construction over the next few years happens, it's going to cause a greater issue. This will create 2 lanes of traffic for the parents and get them on our property quicker. Put them parallel, 2 lanes all the way around so we can get that traffic off of the road. And that is a not-to-exceed contract of $473,321.83 and is budgeted in the capital budget and is a summer project if approved.
Yes.
So, Mr. Green, the 2-lane from Sebastian River High School to Treasure Coast on the outside of that, or how are you going to?
So this will be when you're coming around the hairpin corner and you come in. Right now, currently, there's only one
Right.
parent lane all the way around the
Correct.
parking. So off of Dugan Drive, it will create a second turn lane instantly behind the sign. And those 2 lanes will go all the way around the parking to pick up so we can double stack the traffic and get it off the road.
Got it. Thank you.
Can I ask a question? Did you ever consider flipping those and putting the buses on that side and going down further on the other side? You looked at that study?
I think that was Mr. Bass who did
Because
that.
I remember us talking about that, because it's a longer area to go down there.
But I do know that this was the result of whatever, I wasn't in on those conversations, but this was the resulting plan that got built into the capital 5-year plan after whatever analysis
Okay.
was done.
Because I do remember that conversation. Okay.
The next item is a construction management at risk with Remnant Construction. The next 2 items are with Remnant Construction. And as this deals with safety and security, it'll just be labeled School 1 and 2. But these are the second stage of single point of entries, hardened vestibules. So the next 2 projects are 2 schools being done this summer with additional hardened security, I will say. And that information is in your executive content area, which 2 schools they are, and we have that in our closed session. But the first item is a guaranteed maximum price not to exceed $667,580.25 for School 1. The second item is a not to exceed of $379,256.14 for School 2. Both of those are budgeted in the capital 5-year plan.
All right, thank you, sir. Okay, first discussion item is for A, legislative updates. So right now, I've been tracking 119 education bills. There might be more. Those are the ones that I recognize from the title, had something to do with what would affect us. Some of them in the title, it doesn't even look like it affects schools, but it does. I might have missed some, but about 119 I'm tracking right now. Interestingly, the one that was talked about a lot this last week in the Education Committee for, I think it's Administration, Education Committee, was a 0123, public schools converting to charter schools. What was being proposed is that if a public school was not an A within 5 years, it could be voted to convert to a charter school by 50% of the parents. Doesn't include voters, doesn't include teachers, doesn't include anybody else, just parents at that school. So that one had a lot of discussion. It's going to be very interesting to watch that one because that can allow just a small percentage of people to make a big decision about a property that we own just because it wasn't an A in 5 years. It's interesting because they brought up, well, what if a charter school isn't an A in 5 years? That didn't matter. So it's just interesting, it's just being looked at for public schools. The middle school and high school start times, that is 261 and 296, that is getting a lot of traction. And the discussion there is not to repeal it, but to instead allow school boards to make the decision locally. That's where it's trending. Whether or not it ends up there, we'll see. Another one that's the biggie that we were talking about earlier is 301, which is suits against the government. This one is a little scary because there is a limitation as to when somebody gets injured and they can sue a school district, what the cap is. And so that allows us to put money into an account to save it in case something never happens, that, you know, it doesn't bankrupt the school district. This is opening up that cap, and it's getting a lot of traction. That one's a little nervous for everybody, not just school districts, but for county commissions and cities. 204, which is educator certificates and training, that's been getting some discussion as well on what they're doing to kind of move that forward. And Florida Bright Futures requirements is being adjusted or changed to being proposed for that change as well. So that's one to kind of pay attention to. There were a couple new ones that got proposed since we last talked. Student absences, 938. That's another one that's kind of gotten some discussion a lot. And 166, which is administrative efficiency in schools. That one's moving along. So that one's kind of interesting to look at as well. So the ones that have kind of been new since our last discussion was 1265, 1189, and 1263. All three of those are about elections of school board members, county commissioners, and superintendents that are elected. So it's interesting because it says the same language what we already have in there for school board members, which was 8 years. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with that, because to me it looked a little redundant as to what the law is already, but maybe there's some discussion behind there that it's going to change a little bit. And there's another one that goes with it too, 1263. So there are three. And then safety in schools, 1403 and 1470. Those are big discussions as well. There's always a discussion about safety in schools and how to improve it, which is good. 1454, again, election of county commissioners. I knew there was a fourth bill. There it is. And, a fifth bill, 1456, also is focused on that. So there are a lot of representatives and senators that are focusing in on election term limits. That's what they're looking at. There have been several filed since we last spoke. I'm just looking to see if there's one in particular that would be of interest to discuss. Schools of Hope, 1708 is one to look at. That's kind of an interesting one. That just got filed recently. And then there's a new one, 6037, which is objections to instructional materials, which we've already had a lot of that. So that's going to fine tune what's already in place. And that's about it, I think, of some that, 1530, the Smart Living course. Have you seen that one? You have seen that one, okay. I'd like to see more of what that means. 1504 is religious expression in schools. That's interesting to kind of watch what's going on. But 1503 is the one you might have heard in the news. It's a little different than how it's worded. It's worded harm to minors, tablets, and smartphones, but it's about looking at social media and tablets and smartphones and going after the makers of those devices. That was kind of interesting to look at as well. So I'm not sure how that's going to happen, but they've submitted a bunch. And I think the House is already done with their submissions. I think the Senate can keep going, and of course committees can keep submitting other bills. So, that's kind of what I have right now. Day in the legislature is coming up next week. And next week, 2 weeks, I don't know, 19th and 20th. So that's going to be interesting to see what's already happening. I know that Danielle Thomas has already sent us the talking points for legislative session right now. She gives us updates every week. You'll start seeing them weekly if you get on FSBA's list to have them sent to you. If not, I sent those to Dorian to have sent to you guys because I didn't know if you got them. But there's a bill tracker on Gray Robinson, which is the lobbying group that works with FSBA. And they track all of the bills with education. So if you wanted to know which bills I'm referring to, you can either look them up all individually, or you can just go to their bill tracker and look at that. I haven't even looked at their bill tracker, so I'm curious to see if they got 119 as well. But they did highlight 3 in particular that the bill passed 6-1 in the Appropriations on Education Pre-K-12 Senate Committee, which is middle school and high school start times. So that one's kind of moving along. And then SB 166, which is administrative efficiency, that's about graduation requirements and using ELA assessments in Algebra 1. That one is also passing pretty quickly. It's going unanimously through Senate appropriations. And then the third one is HB 123, which is education by Rep. Andretti, which would change the requirements of how a school could be converted to a charter school. That's the one I was referring to, that you can watch the committee meeting and see the discussion on that one. So things are happening fast up there in Tallahassee. Yes.
Just thank you very much for the update. I know a few of those that you mentioned. Do you remember what they talked about with the bill regarding absences? Do you remember any detail with that?
Regarding what?
Absences, he said, talked
I
about.
don't know if it's come to committee and discussed it yet, but you can read the bill.
Okay,
Let me
that's
look.
fine.
There's a couple of them. Let me see if I can find it real quick.
That's all right.
Okay.
I just wonder what the focal point would be. But thank
It's
you.
about the students with chronic absences, I
Okay.
believe.
Thank you.
I think one of them was for sure, but I'm not sure if all of them you're referring to are. Public school salaries is another one that's been proposed a couple of times, and I know that's always on the governor's list as well, so that probably will shake down at the end with the budget.
Sure.
Anything else? All right, let's move on then.
Could I just ask something?
Yes.
Ask the attorney, if I may. When we go to something like the, talking to the legislature as school board members, is there anything under the sunshine that we have to, I mean, we'll be talking about things that could, I guess, come to a vote here. Is there anything that we need to know regarding that interaction with the legislature?
I would just make sure that you're never together, that you do it individually, because there's a lot of stuff going on, and there may be allegations that you're speaking to each other outside of the sunshine. So if you have a certain topic that you want to talk to a legislator about, make sure you go do it individually and not together as a group. Because yes, there is a potential that you would be voting on something that would come before you.
Can I ask a question about
Sure.
that? Because I do know several school board members that go up as a group to speak to their representatives. I know Mr. Dyer's going to be up there same time as I am. If you just give them your platform, and this is a platform that we've already voted on, and you don't go veer off the platform, you're okay?
Yep, and usually, I don't know if we notice, I'd have to ask Ms. Morey if we notice, usually, sometimes we'll notice the meetings that you're going there. It's the exchange of ideas between the two of you that is going to be scrutinized. So I would recommend when you're going up there that you don't sit next to each other, that you don't, chat and, those kind of things. I know it's hard, but you can talk to each other, of course, about, I usually call it the Fs, football, Facebook, family, friends, food, whatever, so you can talk about those kind of things, but that was good, right? I know, Facebook's old. My daughter told me Facebook's for old people. But just to avoid that appearance of impropriety,
Right.
You can certainly share your platform, but if you're both speaking to a legislator about a certain thing and you're going back and forth with your ideas and your ideas, that's where you're going to run into a problem.
That's where somebody needs to step out of the room.
Yes.
Got it.
Okay, got it.
Good question.
Anybody else? Okay, we are on 4B, Florida Youth Survey, Ms. Rosario.
Yeah, so I put this on the agenda before receiving this morning's email, which I was told Dr. Moore had this information last week. Had he provided this information last week, it probably wouldn't have been on the agenda today. Nonetheless, in order to prepare for today, in my quick assessment of the information, this really all came about because of a presentation of some guests that were here a couple of meetings ago at our workshop, presented Thrive, if you remember. They handed us a folder, and of course, some questions came up about what was the survey that they gave to our students. And I was reminded, very quickly reminded, and I think I mentioned it there, that we need to be very careful about the surveys that we give our students, because a few years ago, there were some very, very inappropriate questions that were provided in the same kind of survey. It was a Florida youth survey that was provided by at the time, Florida Department of Health, and I don't know about the Florida Department of Children's Services, but certainly the Department of Health put that together. And apparently at that time, it was something that they've done for years and years and years. But this particular survey was so inappropriate, and there were questions in there that were just crazy. So Florida caught hold of that, and put a stop to all surveys at that time. They rejected this partnership that they had for years because of the inappropriate question types. And then in the very recent years have recreated a new survey in combination with the Governor Casey DeSantis, governor's wife, Casey DeSantis, and her push for the resiliency curriculum and the resiliency movement in our school districts. So in collaboration, Florida Department of Education, Florida Department of Health, and Florida Department of Children and Family Services have combined efforts this year. I'm going to say this year, not last year. Last year? They combined efforts last year to create this year's survey. And the survey this is what I asked for while Thrive was here. And this is the information that I was hoping to receive prior, because I had not received it, I have not seen it. I will say that in viewing and taking a look, because I did find it elsewhere, the surveys, it's like 100 times better than it used to be. The survey questions are much more age appropriate, they are much more conservative, they are much more essentially focused on the things that we are actually doing in schools, and not anything that is just, feeding the frenzy of, the social political climate of this world today. That said, the screenshot that we received today, my biggest concern is that we are aligning everything that we are doing, especially with regard to surveys, with statute and with our policy and with the rules of the Department of Education, to ensure that parents have an opportunity to do three things. They have an opportunity to give permission for their child to take the survey, number one, and that they have an opportunity to view the question types before giving that permission. And then, of course, the third is, I forget the third. It'll come to me, I promise. So those are my biggest concerns, is that did we follow that process? And up until today, I had not received any information that we had followed that process for this survey this particular year. I have asked several parents, and several parents have said they have not at all received any information on Focus at all. No invitation, no email, no Focus portal, no notification by paper type, nothing regarding this year's youth survey. Many. I've even asked students, and many students in the schools that were provided on the list have said they've never seen nor heard nor anything like that. This morning, we received the surveys, and we also received in one of those attachments in the email this morning, there was a screenshot of a Focus Portal announcement for parents that says, Florida Youth Survey, do you give permission, yes or no? However, if you look closely, that screenshot was from 2023, not for this year. No, we're talking about this year's survey. So that screenshot from the parent portal asking the parents for permission is dated 2023, not 2024, 2025 school year. So
Correct, the information that we provided to the board was in response to the conversation that we had at workshop last time, which all was referencing the data that they were sharing. So that's the information that we shared. Now, in terms of this particular year, very similar process that we followed than the one which was sent to the board, but it's such a small group it's just one particular school. So it was delivered to, was it just a class or classes? To just specific classes. But we're more than willing to provide it for this year as well, but I was having the team respond to the dialogue that we had, which was the data that was presented in the previous school year.
well, I asked for this year's. I didn't ask for last year's, but the response that we got was, maybe that's the communication, is that we received communication on both 24 school year and apparently 23 school year, 23, 24 last year, and this year. But we only received evidence that the parents were given permission to opt out for this year. I'm sorry, for the previous year, not this year. So we're missing information still. And I'm telling you that parents are saying this year they did not. This year, it says here, the spring of 2025 is the 26th annual implementation of the survey. Gifford Middle School was the only state-selected school, but there is no parent permission on the Focus Portal. So that was supposed to have happened this year, I believe this year, December and January. Was it this year, December and January? Am I wrong on that? The training occurred in December, January. When is the implementation of the survey? So there are pieces that are kind of not coming together for me. Yeah.
Through the chair, this year it happened just last week at Gifford, but it was also only 97 students. So to use the Focus Parent Portal, it pushes out to every single, you can only block it by whole school or by all of 6th grade or all of 7th grade. So we did not use Focus this year. We used the similar procedure, but we used a paper copy because it was only going to those 97 parents.
So where is the paper copy?
I will provide it. The question I received in writing was for last year. That's why you got that answer.
Okay.
And moving forward, Amy, we met with Amy, and we are going to put it on the parent acknowledgement forms that go out in July to all parents, and it will just say your school may or may not be selected, and when we know which schools are selected, we will be touching base with you in case you want to change your answer, but that way, no matter what, every parent will see the permission slip going forward, and then it may or may not pertain to their student, but that way we're capturing all parents so that if you ask, they know. But this year, it was only 97 students, so we didn't use the Focus Portal.
Okay. So I have a suggestion, Ms. Enville, and of course, for everyone here. Not really a question, I have a suggestion. Something that I saw in doing this research, which I really liked a lot, Duval County is an example. If you go on their Facebook and you just Google Duval County, my computer battery just died, so I can't do it. So I can't actually tell you exactly. But if you go and Google Duval County Florida Youth Survey, they have an entire page dedicated to this particular survey. And it actually has, is it there? Do you see it? Oh, and it actually has the name, it actually has what it is, who gives it, all the things about it. And is that it?
Yep.
And I like it. I have to tell you, I like it. Now, I would not lean on this as the be-all for the permission, but it provides transparency in the event that we do this in the future. Another, I think it was Osceola County, if I remember correctly, Osceola may have also had that. Orange County has it on their website. I saw it on Orange County. Very nice. They did a great job. They included other surveys. All of the surveys and all of the questionnaires, they included in one page. And I think their page, oh, you were from Orange. Yeah.
Through the chair, we actually,
We had
that's
a much
exactly,
longer
we've already,
conversation.
we're way ahead of you.
Yay, high five from a distance, right? So
Because I think providing the surveys to the parents so they can see what they look like in the past, provided there's no.
Yes.
I think that's important because I think the message is, this is what the survey looked like in the past, so take a look at these.
Yes.
We're not sure what it'll look like in the future, but this is what it looked like. So parents sometimes just need to get a sense of what the surveys are about.
Correct.
So.
Yes.
Yep, we've already talked about that, so.
You're welcome. Yeah, so those are the kinds of things that I think it's certainly an area of improvement. If you're going to talk about family communication and engagement, these are the kinds of things that can actually build the the communication and the engagement. Yes.
Through the chair, just so, last year when it was all the secondary schools, Kristen Maddox did a push on a phone call to all parents. This year, because it was just the one school, Dr. Bacon did the parent phone call home about the permission slip coming home. So we did communicate with parents. It was just on a much smaller scale this year. Every other year, we're going to have a much smaller scale. They have like a statewide and then a localized.
Yeah.
So probably next year, all 6 secondary schools would be involved again.
Yeah, so the other thing is, in reading the memorandum that came in regarding the 2025 Florida Youth Survey, and this is why I said it was this year, because the response, the email actually provided only 2025 memorandum. So the 2025 memorandum actually says districts electing to administer it. So we have an opportunity, I believe, to not do it, right, Ms. Enville? Okay. Because it's in the memorandum that says the specific date for conducting the survey will be determined locally, but must occur during the specified survey window. Districts electing to administer either the hard copy or the electronic survey version will begin administration in the spring of 2025. Yes, ma'am.
So through the chair, 3 years ago, we did not participate because of those questions you didn't like.
Right. Oh,
So
thank
yes,
you.
we do have the opportunity to elect to participate or not.
Yes, okay, good. So so moving forward, I think that's how we can craft that section or that page on our Facebook page to say, these are elected options or something like that. I'm not really so sure how you want to kind of word it, but to that extent, I think that's important. So I just wanted clarification on a lot of this stuff because it just wasn't coming together for me. Lastly, I will say, with regard to the selected students, this memorandum, which was interesting and I had not noticed it before, it actually says that the students will be selected randomly. So if we're collecting an entire class, then that's not random. So do we really make it random? And if we do, because we have to protect the anonymity of the students, how do we then do that?
Through the chair, so I go to a training every year now that I'm over student services, and it's a whole class is selected, but it's a random selection they train us how to do. So we get a number. I print out the master schedule for Gifford Middle School, and it gives me numbers like pick class, and I just print it out. The only thing we take out is access point classes, and then it tells me to pick class 1, class 3, class 17, class 23. So the classes are picked, the numbers are picked randomly by the state that I apply to our master schedule for everybody except for access point students.
Okay.
And then the parents obviously have the opportunity to opt out of their student who is in that class participating.
Did we get any opt-outs, by the way?
How
Do we
many?
know? Oh, we did?
We did.
Of the 97, we
I
got
think
some opt-out? Oh,
it's a
I'd love to know
teens,
how
like
many.
a 16, it's a teen. We do have the paper copies of the opt-outs this year. We did keep them, so we're following district policy.
That would be interesting to see if you can provide that as well. I don't necessarily need to see the permission, you know, I just,
The numbers, we'll get them
just
for
the
you.
numbers, if that, I'm okay with the numbers unless anybody else wants to see. Because of course I want to protect anonymity.
Correct.
And that's something that I think, I'm so glad that Michelle is here, obviously. For public records, we certainly don't want to,
Correct.
you know, release that information. Okay, my last point, I'm going to go back to Thrive. In Thrive's folder, there was a information sheet on Indian River County report for 2024 Florida Youth Substance Abuse Survey. And they listed here that we have 6 high schools.
Would you like me to clarify that?
Yes,
one, too, through the
please.
chair? So Thrive is a great partner, but they are talking about the Flick and the main campus, Indian River Prep, Indian River Charter, Vero, and Sebastian. So that's the 6. So they counted the Flick as a separate building.
Interesting, but they're not a separate
I am
school.
fully aware.
Okay.
I taught there for 20 years.
Okay, so I would, because any person, any person who reads that would be like, we don't have 6 high schools. So I think maybe moving.
I spoke with them about that.
Okay,
yes.
all right, thank you. Perfect. All right, that's it. I'm done.
Okay, Mr. Dyer?
I just wanted to say, from when I read your response, is the way I understood it, is 100% of the parents opted in, and if you didn't opt out, you were automatically opted out. So only the parents that opted in, their kids were surveyed.
Correct. That is how
So
we are
it's basically
implementing
a moot
that.
point. The people that were surveyed, their parents approved that they take that survey.
Correct.
Everybody else, whether they responded opt out or no response, was opted out. Right? Okay.
Per board
Kind of a
policy.
moot point,
Wait, I don't,
okay?
I'm sorry.
We opt out.
So if they didn't do the
Opt out.
form at all,
If they didn't do anything, they were automatically opted out,
They-
according to what their response
if they didn't
was.
return the form,
Right.
then they didn't participate.
So nobody was
No,
surveyed.
there were
that did-
17 students, families, or teens, families, there were who opted out.
They opted out, but anybody who didn't fill out the survey was automatically opted out, so there was probably a lot more than 17 students that were opted out. 100% of the kids that did the
Gotcha.
survey,
Had
parents
parental
approved them
permission.
taking the survey. So
Got
I
it.
think that's what I read in the,
Correct.
okay.
Dr. Jones?
Thank you for all this information. Couple things that really hit me from the letter from Commissioner Diaz was, it is critical to national, state, and local program planning and evaluation that selected schools and students participate in these important surveys. As a member of the Executive Roundtable, they talk about the surveys and the data, and that's how a lot of our people get support financially. That was crucial. And the collaboration of school district and county health department personnel encourages maximum participation. If you looked at the numbers of the schools from last year, I know this year it's just Gifford Middle, and you look at the enrollment and then the target at level, it looks like about 33% of parents gave permission. So that's a good collection of information as far as percentage-wise. So I just know that when Ms. Berenborg brought that information to us from Thrive, and I have also met with Ms. Lester at Thrive, this data, not only at Thrive, but all of our other agencies, it really, really helps them to see, you know, where are the concerns, what can we do to help? And like Mr. Dyer said, and you said, Ms. Holden, obviously it has to be parent permission. So thank you for sharing this.
Yeah, part of that survey information gives us feedback about how kids perceive this amount of smoking that's going on in schools, amount of vaping, that sort of thing. It's a good indicator just of perception. May not be true or not, but it's their perception. So it's concerned me that, you know, we're starting to see their perception of the vaping going down and cigarettes, you know, kind of stable, but it's low anyway. But Dr. Moore, I'm going to ask, why is it then we've taken the wellness program that was being put in our PE programs, PE classes and health classes and things, where they came in and talked to the kids about the effects of vaping and the effects of smoking, and now we're only doing it during lunch.
So
Because
there's,
lunch is not a time where kids are going to listen to something like that.
so there's required instruction that covers a significant amount of that information. So that's the first part of that response. We cover everything that is in fact required. And then the quality of presentation, anything that I'm going to put in front of students needs to be quality.
Right.
It needs to be engaging. It needs to be connecting and relevant. The second point is I listen to our teachers. Our teachers, I'm responsible for my standards, whether it's PE
Sure.
or something different. And it is a matter of quality versus adhering to what this board and myself are accountable for, the instruction aligned to the standards, in this case, the additional required instruction that we cover.
So have we given that feedback back to them so they know that that's not up to the standard that you want?
Absolutely. In terms of looking
Okay.
at and finding the space for it, yeah, I don't think there's any issues there.
Okay, I just want to make sure that that's being communicated, because I certainly don't want us to go backwards with the percentage of vaping and incidents we've had in our schools. All right, thank you. Yes?
I just wanted to conclude and say thank you for the information. I'm glad that we're able to, I'll await the other information to kind of put it together. And I will end with saying that personally, I am not against surveys. I think they're very important and they can be very valuable. The questions that came up some years ago were not valuable. They were inappropriate and they were just out of line. So my concern isn't so much about giving surveys, it's about just making sure that we're adhering to parents' rights to view those if they choose and to give them permission, give the students permission to take it. So thank you for that.
Okay, we are to 4C, which is wraparound services, CSAC. Dr. Jones.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about some good things here. On February 27th at the IG Center, we saw a community come together for children and families. I think 3 board members were there. Impact awards were given, and then our 2 high school principals received an award for a high graduation rate, 96%. Then we have the CSAC Needs Assessment Report for our community. What this wraparound service does for our families, I truly believe, especially now when we're not sure about state funding or federal funding or how everything will go, that when communities work together for our schools, it's going to be a positive benefit. If you look at their funding priorities and framework, it has health and well-being, nurturing families and success in school and life, and as we look at our guiding principles in the current strategic plan, you will see a similarity. I think Indian River County, for the most part, is really a pilot for this on what it takes with private and public working together. And when we look at those results, we can see it's working. As I said earlier with the executive roundtable, getting these survey results will help with funding. And there are probably 20 to 25 people who are present at the executive roundtable and how it impacts them from Healthy Start to our Thrive, to our safety, to our Sheriff's Department. I think it's very, very important. They talk about, number 1, for their priority, early childhood development. How many times have we said today how the pre-K is important for when we build our schools? Quality after school and summer enrichment, and we're always trying to improve that area, and we looked at our funds for that so our parents can get that summer enrichment if needed. And then building parent capacity. I went to the parent camp at Gifford Middle School a couple weeks ago. It was the first one. It wasn't really great attendance, but it was great breakout sessions, just helping our parents because they too will always look for other things to help them. So I just wanted to give a little kudos to that because, you know, our county commissioners have said that this is important, this is how much money we can give to the nonprofits, and I think when people see what our wraparound services do to help our school district, it will continue to build our school community. So I just wanted to share a little bit on that, and I know Ms. Rosario and Mr. Dyer were there, so they can certainly add some things if they saw something I didn't see.
Anyone else?
You good?
It's terrific.
Okay.
Okay, 4D, parent permission forms.
Yes.
Dr. Jones.
I brought this up a little bit earlier, and then I've talked with Ms. Holden and Ms. Ainge. I have reviewed all of the parent permission forms, and I think they're good. When went to Vero Beach High School for an event. I heard some students in a room, superintendent's advisory, and also the student council. And one of the components they talked about was mental health. And I've heard that several times when I go to executive roundtable, how can we help? So I just want to make sure, Dr. Moore, I know we have the parent consent for mental wellness, that we continue to push that out, because I want our parents aware, because we have so much at our schools that we can do, and then obviously there could be referrals externally, if you will, again, with parent permission. So I don't know what else we need to do, but I continually hear that throughout my committee meetings, if you will. So just putting it out there for our parents and for you, and to see if, or Ms. Krista Foley, if there's anything else we can do. That's a question.
No, I was trying to make my
I'm
mic.
sorry, I know it's
turn on.
late.
No, I think just as they were just discussing, looking at how we do parent permission forms at the beginning of the year, and then being very vigilant in terms of training our support staff, our school counselors in this particular case, of making sure, A, we look at that particular form and provide access that's being provided to us and not using it as a crutch, and then B, if it wasn't filled out or access wasn't given, still connecting with the parent about
Right.
this was the ability that we were given in terms of access or communication. And if you don't want to change that, we need to let you know what's going on with your son or daughter to get them the appropriate level of support with any avenue that they see fit. So it is something that we continually look at. Those same conversations that you walked in with my superintendent's council, specifically Vero Beach in this particular case, was a conversation last year. We were very intentional of trying to expand touch through mental health by reestablishing partnerships across the community, increasing that access. But it is something that we continually look at to say, how do we make sure that requirements that are in place, a lot of which make a lot of sense, aren't hurting kids or denying them services, but ultimately we're structured in a way to be in front of it, to get the permission and get the resources and support to our kids as quickly and as legally as possible.
Thank you. And I have visited mental health because I hadn't been there in a while, and all their services, not only for teenagers, but for adults and so forth. And yes, when I was at that meeting, I don't know who the student was, he said, I've already told Dr. Moore that. We they're very upfront, but, you know, because sometimes the parents may, you know, it's a lot at the beginning of the school year with all these forms, just so they know it's there. And I remember receiving Ms. Maddox's voicemail talking about these things in surveys, and that's helpful to a parent through text or phone. That's helpful. So thank you very much.
Anyone else? I'll speak to that. All right, we have one item that was left off the agenda that I want to bring up, and that is the hospital agreement. About a year ago or so, well, I've been here since, gosh, 88. And I've been going to Vero Radiology since it was in the old building, 777 building. And then it moved to their new building, which is no longer new. And then it was recently taken over by Cleveland Clinic. When I go for that mammogram, usually I have to go back because I have a lot of breast cancer in my family. And so I went back for a diagnostic, and I got the bill. I normally know I have to pay, you know, for a diagnostic a little bit more. And but this was unbelievably more. And when I looked at the bill, I was kind of like, oh my God, no warning. There was no sign saying that. And I looked, and there was a fee on there that I'd never seen before, and that was a outpatient fee for going to a hospital building, even though it's a building that I've been attending since, I don't know, whenever it opened. So I was really surprised by that. And then I found out that our employees were getting the same fee, and that it was astronomical. And I asked about it, and I was told that because we had care here before, and then we switched to, what do we have now? Yeah. So now the negotiation, I guess, that we had an agreement with the hospital was in flux. And so all these people that were going didn't know, and they were getting these outrageous bills. So I got a hold of the phone number for the CEO over at the hospital, Dr. Rathbun, and I've been communicating with him for several months now about what's happening with our employees and these bills. And I've been told that they're working with Bruce Green's group to kind of work this out. Well, this has been since July. And I've been asking and waiting very patiently on behalf of our employees. I keep asking because these bills are really a lot higher than they were before. And now I do know they warn you because I just went back and I had my mammogram last week. And it was a regular mammogram, so there's no cost to us. So I want people to know that. But when I went in there, I saw a different attitude about kind of customer care. I also saw a lot less people in the building. I was used to seeing a lot of people in there waiting, and there were a lot less this time, so I'm not sure if that was any relationship to the fee that's been added. But I will say that and I got this from Dr. Rathbun too, is that they're hiring radiologists that specialize in that particular X-ray to read, or a mammogram to read, or whatever diagnostic that they're looking at. And so the girl that was working with me, she told me that it was going to take a little bit longer because it goes through this process now that's a lot more detailed to look at to make sure that they catch things early. I do know of 2 people that have gone elsewhere, didn't get it caught, got it caught there, and were able to get in early and make sure that things didn't get worse. So that made me feel a little bit better to go back there, and the care there was amazing. So I'm not saying that their care isn't good. What I'm saying is I was really surprised by that bill because there was no warning, and I'm still concerned about what's happening with our employees because getting a bill like that out of the blue is really tough. And I know that we've been saying to employees, well, there are other options out there, but I don't know if they know of, who's going to read those. If you've got a case like my family, you want to make sure you get the best person reading those. I'm sure we have a doctor on the board. I'm sure they could talk about that. But I just felt like our employees deserve at least some sort of, we are the #1 employer. So we should be having agreements with our hospital about things like this. Where are we with that, Bruce?
We have had numerous meetings. We actually have, I think, our 5th or 6th meeting scheduled for this Thursday. And when I got involved in this negotiation, so imagine Cleveland Clinic, which is not just here, which is a corporate, trying to separate out imaging from all of their billing, and then not just imaging, but only the imaging billing for one particular group. It is requiring their legal teams and their billing teams to figure out how to manage that process. So we're self-insured, and we have a on-site clinic. So we pay for that. So anything that's done there, and when we refer, that Proactive MD has agreements with other imaging providers as well for direct billing. And what the direct billing allows them to do is directly bill us instead of Blue Cross Blue Shield. So it's a much faster, and then there's no deductible, no co-pays for the employee. As you mentioned earlier, Vera Radiology at some point became purchased by the hospital and became basically as if you were in the hospital and getting a procedure and they said, oh, let's go right next door and get some imaging in the room. It's just their room is in a different building that they've purchased, which people were used to going to. So that billing became outpatient and hospital billing, not that standard agreement that we had had for direct billing with the previous organization before that purchase. So I can tell you that we have had numerous conversations and meetings. We have some non-competes and various agreements that we're signing because even though we are self-insured, we do get rebates. So Blue Cross and Blue Shield is impacted. Aon, our financial consultant, is involved trying to come up with a system where when you walk in as an employee, they can direct bill the school district's health center so it doesn't go through that third-party billing and you pay those deductibles. So that direct negotiation has been happening, is ongoing. As I said, I think we have a 5th or 6th meeting this Thursday scheduled to see where they're at in that process. I know we've signed some agreements with them, but we do not yet have a direct bill contract in place.
So I have known that this is going on since July, but I wanted to make sure, and I've asked now for 2 months to have it put out here so the board members knew that this was happening. Because our employees, several of them have some huge bills because of this. And so I want to see if we can come up with something that we can afford.
And to your point, we have been pushing out frequently through the collaborator, which is our communication means, flyers, first, making sure people know to ask whichever provider you're going to. Second, informing them of providers that we do have contracts with, and I do understand the selection of a provider depends on the service and the imaging that they can provide, but we do have some other contracts in place for direct billing for imaging, and we've been pushing that information out to our employees through that collaborators, just trying to keep them updated with information.
So I think in the future, when we look at possibly changing, if we do ever change again, who we're using for our self-care, and they have agreements with different groups, that we kind of warn our staff that we're in negotiations or whatever. So if you get caught in that gray time, which I did, then you know that we don't have that agreement in place. Because Vero Radiology was one of our agreements in the past.
And so that wasn't necessarily just our switch to proactive, that was their purchase by the Cleveland Clinic.
Right, of course. But that would have been something good to know for our staff. It really caught us off guard. And it wasn't just me, it was lots of people.
Me too.
You too. Yes.
Yeah, I'm surprised you brought this up. It's a really interesting topic. So, I mean, it's interesting to me because I've heard it from a lot of patients in the community. But your specific issue, you went to get an outpatient mammogram, and they upcharged you they gave you a new billing structure, and they said it was an in-hospital mammogram or inpatient?
Well, with my specific, without getting into my specifics. Yeah, there was a little bit of, I was told over the phone it was an outpatient fee, but then I was told later it was an extra diagnostic fee, so
Okay.
that was a little muddied.
Yeah, I mean, this stuff has been going on in the community the last 3 or 4 years. I've heard literally hundreds of complaints from other patients, and including my family have had the same issue where basically after Cleveland Clinic took over, they do a lot of different billing practices, and some of them seem a little bit imaginative. You know, if you go to the ER and look at what they're charging you, it's different than what they had used to charge people. Including, you know, for instance, we've gone twice, our family, and obviously we got charged a physician fee, but both times a physician never saw us. So a doctor never came in the room once. So there's a lot of issues with how they've been billing, but there's certainly no such thing. There's only outpatient mammograms. There's no inpatient or in-hospital. That does not exist. So if they did charge you for any kind of inpatient diagnostic testing, that is not.
No, they did not.
Okay, that would definitely be fraudulent. But this is not unique yet to us, and I think a lot of it is not necessarily on our side in our contract and negotiation. It's really just the way they've imaginatively decided to start billing people. So I think given that we are the largest employer, I don't think it would be a bad idea to send out a notice or a request from our employees and say, have you had issues with billing, getting billed for charges potentially you don't think you were getting services for from the hospital, and even trying to review some of these and see, because we may even have 60, 70, 100, 200 employees who have astronomical bills that really it would be inappropriate to charge them in the first place. And we might be able to help them using our bargaining structure as a district. And I mean, ultimately, if they're not willing to take care of our organization in a way that I think is fair and just, you know, we should look for other avenues. You know, because at the end of the day, you know, Vero Radiology used to be an excellent place to go get your diagnostic tests. A lot of people had great success there. It was very popular. And then the Cleveland Clinic decided they could do it cheaper, and they essentially fired almost the entire staff. And since then, it has been a complete disaster, either scheduling, showing up, they don't have the right equipment, the person that is supposed to do the procedure or test is not there. All sorts of problems it's gone on for years, problems with Bureau Radiology. So, I mean, they decided they could do it cheaper, and it's a much worse service ultimately for the community.
Well, I didn't find that last week.
Good.
So the service was excellent, and I felt very good about who was going to read my
Good.
mammogram. So, and that matters to me, seeing that my mother and my grandmother had breast cancer. So I'm very careful about that. Yep. Ms. Rosario?
Just for you in particular, without going through a lot of detail, did you go to Proactive first, or did you go on your own?
No, it was a follow-up, and so I was in between. So in other words.
So you didn't actually go into the clinic?
I went into the clinic, got my annual, went over for my annual, then my annual had a problem, so I had to go back. And then I went back for my diagnostic because I was called back again, and that's when we were in between services.
So I asked that because,
It was gray area time.
yeah, I asked that because I also, I can't remember, maybe last year, went to Proactive. I received a prescription that was actually sent directly over to Bureau Radiology for the same thing, for a mammogram. But I wasn't charged.
If it's an annual,
I
you're not
wasn't-
charged.
I wasn't charged. Now I don't remember, but I didn't have the same experience. So, so a couple of things I'm thinking of. Number one, is it better for our employees to actually go into, which in this case, Mrs. Berenborg went to the clinic? So that might take my suggestion off. But my first thought before listening to her now, if our employees are not actually going into the clinic to get services, where the clinic is actually sending or forwarding a prescription over to
They did that.
the provider, I know, I just said, you clarified. So I'm still going to go back. If patients are not doing that and they're going on their own, maybe that's causing a spike in a charge somewhere. In Mrs. Berenborg's case, that wasn't the case whenever she went. For me, I didn't have that same experience, so I'm not so sure what is going on there. The other thing that I think about is if we collaborated, and I've brought this up a gazillion times before, if we collaborated on this effort with county employees and had more employees in this proactive clinic, self-health care service, just like St. Lucie County does, not the school district, St. Lucie County workers. And their sheriff department is within it. So it's St. Lucie County employees, and I think all of the first responders are also in the same system. We would have more voices at the table to help with negotiating these fees. And we would have more clinics open. I think it would benefit us. I've talked about this before. I don't know where we are on that. But I think that's definitely moving forward. It might be worth now having that conversation, because maybe Cleveland Clinic will listen to more voices. Who knows? The other options, you mentioned something about other options for imaging providers are going to our employees through the collaborator, but we don't get that. We don't get that information. So if you're actually putting something in there saying, hey, instead of going to Bureau Radiology, you can get your services, your provider services through someone else, and it's covered under the employee plan, or whatever it is. As board members, we don't get that. We don't get a lot of things. and it might help, it might, if there's someplace else, it might help for us.
I'm going to make a comment about that, because I agree with you about the power, it's more powerful to get big groups together. I do remember us discussing that in the past, and I remember somebody said something about, because we have school bus drivers, we have more risk. And so the county commission wasn't all excited about getting involved in that, or somebody wasn't excited about it. I don't remember who. But that was brought up, I remember that conversation. But, you know, police officers have risk too. So it would be interesting to see if we could get that power.
I think it's fantastic. It works flawless in to what I understand, it works flawless in St. Lucie County. It's not, in St. Lucie County, it's not just the employee, it's the employee and the employee's entire family, or whomever you have on your thing. And in full transparency, you know, my son is under his dad's insurance, and it's X-rays, mammograms, some of those situations, some of those clinics actually do mammograms, they do women care, they do medicine. Instead of going to a separate pharmacy, you walk out with your prescription in hand and don't have to pay a thing. Obviously, it's coming out of their salary and, you know, their benefit, but they're opting into this. And so it works. It works. We only have one, but we have a small district, but if we had more people, I think it would work.
Mr.
better.
Dyer?
My experience in the private sector is that consortiums work, and you can negotiate a better price. I'm not sure what that consortium is here, but consortiums do work. The more people you have, the bigger voice you have, certainly with medical and insurance companies. So that's just a thought going forward. That's all. Thank you.
I remember Mrs. Zork actually brought this up, and we had a meeting with all of us, county and us, and I'm thinking the city too.
Yeah, we did.
And Sebastian, and we discussed all of that, and it didn't go anywhere because there was somebody that brought up, I thought it was about school bus drivers, but I don't remember. They say they have more risk, but to me, if you're carrying a gun and you're defending people, that's kind of a big risk too. So, yeah.
That was a
It'd be
long-
interesting to look into, yeah, to see if that's changed at all and if we can get involved in it. But I brought it up because Dr. Rathbun's been very, very cordial in trying to get something resolved for us. And he wasn't even aware that this was happening when I first brought it up to him. But when I first brought it up to him, he was also the interim CEO. So he was dealing with a lot. And I appreciated the fact that he called me right back, and he's called me several times on like Sunday nights and things like that. So it's been kind of moving in the right direction. It just takes forever for this stuff to happen. And I've asked now for 2 months, could we please bring this up in the public so that our board members are aware of it and also our employees are aware of it, that we're trying to do something about it and we're trying to help. Because, you know, I saw the bill I had, but then I talked to a couple employees and heard about their bills, and they were astronomical. So I was very concerned about the fact that our employees can't afford some of the testing that's going on. And if they can't afford the testing, they're not going to go get it done. And then their health is going to go downhill. And that's going to affect us. So, and affect their family, obviously.
Just one thing, I just want to thank you for bringing it up, because anything we can do to help our employees, because we all know insurance, everything, doctor's bills, expensive, so anything we can do.
Can I
Yes.
just, have you considered going to the hospital board? I don't know how much pull
That's
they
the first
have,
call I
but-
made.
And?
And they said they don't deal with that. It was interesting, yeah. The first call I made was to the hospital board.
To all of them, or?
No, I was referred to one of the persons in charge, and then I talked to a couple individually, and I was referred right directly to the CEO that gave me his cell phone number. And so that's who I've been talking to try to get it done for us, because sometimes when you go through the board and it goes through all this, and then it gets convoluted in the community, it gets a little out there and people get the wrong idea. I don't want to cast a bad view of Cleveland Clinic. What I want to do is point out that there was a billing that was done inadvertently or not, but it was done, and we weren't aware of it, and I was caught in that time. There was a little bit of time, about a month, I think, where people walked in and they weren't told about it. And there was no sign, nothing. We didn't sign anything, nothing was told to me that I was gonna get this fee. And I've been going there for years, so I knew about what it was gonna cost. And then when I saw the fee, I went, whoa. And that happened to several people, but it was in that time frame. Now, when you go in, it was funny, because when I went in last week, I was warned 3 times about, oh, wait a minute, you've got an annual mammogram, never mind, we don't have to worry about that, because that's gonna be covered 100%. So I was told, oh, there might be a outpatient fee as soon as I walked in the door. And that was not told to me last year. So that has definitely changed. All right, so it is 4:02. I'm going to call this meeting to a close.